Hi there. A little bit behind schedule tonight. I just did an interview in the From Allies to Abolitionists private Facebook group. If you're not in there, if you're a new ally, that's a great place to start to learn about the system that we want to dismantle and how the movement of abolition intends to do that in a methodical, step-by-step method. Remember, at the end of the day, defund is policy. And that means by telling Mayor Hancock that he is a reckless son of a bitch, and we are not going to stand for this piece of contract that he demands city council rubber stamp with no forethought whatsoever. Not good enough for me. Now, hopefully it's not good enough for you either. And if you have something to say about it, if you didn't make it into the comments, let me know, say it here, and we will share.
In a time of pandemic.
If you watched,
to maximize the time for citizen comment, council will not offer comments or responses. Council or their staff may contact speakers following their comment if they've raised matters that
anyway, if you happen to see the Denver protest news this morning, we talked about assholes. Now we're going to listen to them. Yay!
Your screen will flash.
I'm excited too. And by excited, I mean, fuck this shit, but it's got to be done, because if we don't show up and call them out, they keep doing business as usual, which is killing black people till the budget balances. That's not okay with me. Because when they run out of black people to kill, they'll move on to the brown people, and then they'll really get active on their ableism, which impacts my family directly. I'm a special needs mom, and the police are not trained to deal with my son. I could be Shanine McClain someday, and I refuse to let that day come silently. There is a good night. I will not go into it silently. Josie Riot on Twitter says there's no amount of money in this world that will shut me up. And she might be right, but there's only one way, and that is to prove it.
Our first speaker is Zach.
Try me. Just send donations. If you know me on Facebook, you can find me on Venmo. Let's see if it's enough.
Oh, it looks like we're going to go ahead and
donations will be forwarded to the Colorado Freedom Fund. I don't need your money.
And Walter, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Walter, you can go ahead and unmute yourself here, or we can have our
Bueller.
Staff is trying to do it.
Walter.
Okay.
Did you try to find the anal beads? Are you listening to my Denver protest news? You get distracted.
So good evening, City Council. Thanks again for listening. My name's Walter Heidenfelder, District 6.
Oh, God.
It's time of year when we see leaf blowers used throughout the city. These devices are some of the worst polluters, bad or worse than the cars.
Huh.
They use 2-cycle and 4-cycle gasoline engines, which produce hundreds of times more hazardous pollutants and fine particulates than automobiles.
Which I should like, because
in addition to smog
but white people die when they breathe this air too.
Fumes, gas-powered leaf blowers create CO2 emissions that contribute to the climate crisis. These devices create numerous health risks that they put on high levels of formaldehyde, benzene, particulates,
and it'll kill us. If the police
chemicals.
don't kill us, the climate will.
And they cause dizziness, headaches, asthma, and lung disease. Also cancer.
Which is more deadly than
The exhaust
police.
and dust is a danger to
Or
the general
ally.
population, especially children, the elderly, people with chronic asthma, and people exercising. In our schools, we have a lot of kids with breathing problems, and now with COVID-19, the danger of blowing unhealthy particulates and particles in the air is even more of a problem. So I think it's time for City Council to take a look at use of these devices and see if they should be eliminated for use in the city, or at least implement a moratorium during the pandemic crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter.
Hey,
Up next, we
okay,
have
about the anal
Felicia
beads.
Wolfson.
Yes, there are lots of ways to use them. You generally want to go for something silicone, not metal. And you want to leave them in the freezer for no more than 20 minutes, really, because past there, like, it's just not going to be pleasant anymore. So it is possible to have fun with them. It is possible to be pleasant, but also, finally,
You might
do
need
not
to
put it in the
unmute
microwave.
yourself.
I don't
I'm
care what
here.
it
There we
says on
go.
the side.
All right, go ahead.
Do not.
Hi,
I don't
thank
care what
you
it's made
for
of.
allowing me
Anal
this
beads do
time
not
to
go in
talk
the
to you
microwave and then in
today.
your body. It's a
My
great
name
way to
is
get burnt.
Felicia Wolfson, and I own Goddess LLC. And what I'm here today to talk to you about is a 4x4 outdoor entertainment venue at DIA that we are looking to open. The vision is to provide a safe, fun, and family experiences like no other. With this park,
What does safe
we would
mean to
like
you?
to be a neutral negative footprint that produces alternative energy for the city.
Huh?
And we want to spread the awareness of the Stay Trail Nation.
Okay.
I'm sorry, for awareness of Stay the Trail. It's a national conservation effort. This would definitely attract tourism and generate jobs for our city, as well as other benefits of using E470, the bus line, the rail lines. What we're trying to do is, with the tourism that DIA promotes, millions of
But
visitors
will there be
each
pickleball?
year,
Carrie
there's
Joy.
no competition in the Western Range. And this could position Denver as being an innovator in hosting off-road competition and becoming the Walt Disney of motorsports. So we really want to reach out and find out, is there a contact that we can share more information and more details about the business?
Okay,
that we
you
would
have
like
every
to
right to
provide
use your public input session this way,
opportunities
but you
to
can
the
do
whole
a
city of
fucking
Denver
Google search.
for
Black people are
employment.
dying.
It could be within hospitality, consumerism, and being eco-friendly as well.
I mean, I don't get up
We
on what people have to say because God knows
definitely
very little
deal
can
with
get
the
me to not
times
run my mouth.
and
But
again,
this is
become
literally
a
not what public
neutral
comment is
negative
for.
footprint for
Do a
DIA.
Google search. This is why white people have enemies, y'all. This is what we do. We show
All
up and
right.
say, why don't you tell me
Great.
instead of
Thank
doing
you
a
for
modicum of
joining
work
us, Felicia.
ourselves?
Next up, we have Nicholas Martinez.
Thank you. Hi, Jay.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
I hear you just fine.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Martinez. I am the current executive director of Transform Education Now. We are dedicated to organizing alongside families to demand access to high quality education for every child, regardless of their zip code. This weekend, we had the honor of working with our community here in Southwest Denver to organize several events in response to the ongoing rise in violence
I
across
hate
our
her life
city, and in
on her
particular,
behalf.
Southwest
She deserves
Denver.
better.
Since January, we've had over 200 different accounts of gun violence. None of that is normal. And this weekend included building an altar to remember those of we have lost, as well as the creation of multiple pieces of public art as a way to remind ourselves of the beauty and the strength of our neighborhood. Our community has identified 3 key responses to the rise in violence that we are all working towards. One was working with the Denver Police Department to address Sunday night activity along Federal Boulevard. 2 was a moment of collective healing and grieving, which we started this past weekend. And 3 was a long-term investment in our community from the city of Denver. For too long, our community has been under-resourced and uninvested in, evident from the lack of resources available and afforded to Southwest Denver. However, the purchase and creation of a youth center here in our district would be a strong start in the right direction. It would allow us to adequately serve our community, and more importantly, it would allow us to better care for our young people who are hurting during these trying times. Additionally, this weekend not only served as a time for healing, but it was a very clear moment of strength in our community, with multiple organizations and leaders coming together to both heal and help, but also that said loud and clear that they are willing and able to step up and serve the needs of the community. Folks like Lifeline Colorado, D3 Arts, our local schools, the multiple neighborhood organizations all pitched in and showed very clearly that they are poised and ready to support our community. I'm honored to serve Southwest Denver as both a neighbor and a community partner, and I urge each of you, when the time comes, to vote yes on approving that youth center, and allow those of us already in our community working the opportunity to more effective and efficiently serve our youth and serve our community for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Sorry, Nicholas, I didn't mean to keep that up from
That
Koopa. My bad.
concludes our public comment session tonight. In these times of social change, it's critical that members of the public have more opportunities to engage with leaders at all levels of government. The next general public comment session will be held before the council meeting of Monday, October 12th. Please sign up at 12 noon on Friday when it starts on October 9th. Thank you all for attending. City Council looks forward to hearing from you again, and we will go ahead and take a quick break before we begin our meeting at 5:30. So folks who are on the line and joining us, please just stay on and we'll gavel in at 5:30. Thank you.
Oh my God, Candy, what the fuck just happened? Did they seriously cut this off because they don't want to hear about police brutality anymore? They don't want to hear about Allied anymore? Bah! I'm not sure what that was, but fuck that. Fuck it all. And I'd say in the rear, but there ain't nothing wrong with getting fucked in the rear. There ain't nothing wrong with anal beads. If you don't like it, your partner ain't doing it right. I said what I said. And I meant what I said. My husband, you're not talking about anal sex again, please. I have to come back in that room later. Sorry, babe. You also have to get in bed with me later, and that's really what you need to be worried about. Well, how is that for public comment? What the actual fuck? That's my only question. Carrie, explain. All right. I don't know what that was. Usually we get 30 minutes for public comment. I'm going back into the agenda. I'm pissed. If you're pissed too, meet me at the city and county building tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I'll be there from 8:30 handing out coffee and breakfast to whoever wants to share their displeasure alongside me. Friday at noon. Friday at noon on the dot. You got to be the first in line to get it. I recommend calling to get on the list. They will, even if you leave a voicemail, they will take the timestamp and use that to reserve your place in line. It is more secure and more, I prefer it because they call me back to say, we got your message. Here's the timestamp and here's your number in line. You don't get that when you sign up online. You're always there, Coop, and we appreciate that. I can't wait to see you. All right, I'm pulling up this agenda now. Hang on. I received no notice that these were going to be shortened. Did y'all know that was going to be shortened? I thought I paid attention. Maybe Candy put it on her Facebook page. Nope. Huh. Two weeks ago. Was I not here? Is that the one day I missed? I doubt that was the case. Signups are usually full by 12:15. Full. If you're not first, you're last. If you are late and left. Because they only take 9, right? 3 minutes, hard stop over the course of 30 minutes. If there are no technical difficulties and everyone can start exactly on time, you'll get 10. In a good week, we get 8. So mad. I'm so mad. I like that you're looking for a reasonable explanation. I appreciate that. But no. Y'all, tomorrow is the big decision on, it's the meeting, the finance meeting on the Allied Security contract. Allied Security has a bad habit, and it is a habit. It is habitual. When murder happens more than once, we call that a serial killer. So since corporations are people, I think it's only fair to say, actually, I know it's fair to say, because my logic on that is perfectly sound, that Allied Securities is a mass murderer, and they don't need that. We don't need to renew our contract with them. Not with my husband's hard-earned tax money, and not with yours either. My company does not yet make a profit, and I'm not ashamed. If I put it out there, y'all can't. So I'm just fuming right now. What is this? You get paid $125,000 a year each, and the only one who earns it is Candy. You see me. $50 says that fucker doesn't show up. I bet his assistant is one of the ones watching right now. I am livid. It's not okay. It's not okay, y'all. It is not. Getting the timestamp on that. I got nothing, y'all. I'm smoke coming out my ears, out my head. I just don't. Oh, yeah, in case you were worried, President Trump left the hospital and is going to return to the White House. Great. And I just got the agenda for my board meeting tomorrow at the Blue Bench Denver. If at any point, if you're watching this, if at any point you have used the Blue Bench's 1-800 number, if you have seen any of the work that we put out into the community, if you have ever sat on one of the 15 blue benches that my family has put around the city of Denver, please, please, please email the Blue Bench, copy me. I'll make sure it gets to the right people, and tell them how much you appreciate it. We got a big meeting tomorrow, and I got stuff to say there that I can't say here, but rest assured, who's going to be getting it the worst tomorrow ain't city council. Saving that for someone special. And even I know this, right? So if I'm telling you, or if I'm advising you on when to keep your mouth shut, generally speaking, you are not winning at life, but I do know when to do it. I manage to keep my mouth shut a lot of the time, a lot more than what I demand credit for. And I do demand credit for the times I don't say things. You're welcome. I could have said, I always make it really clear, especially my husband. But the reason this matters is that if their processes exist for a reason, not everyone wants you to get in their face and tell them what they're doing wrong. Not everyone will be able to change the way they approach things because you don't like it. It's not just about flexing because you can. It's not just about yelling for the manager because that's what you were shown was the right thing to do in that situation, or it worked the other time. It's about remembering that we're all people, giving a little context, and knowing when to push and when to back off, and choosing your fights. Because if you're choosing a fight about Black lives and I am not on your side, odds are pretty good you picked the wrong damn fight. So mad about this. That's all I could or should say publicly on it. But if you have benefited from the Blue Bench and our services in any way, please email tonight and say thank you. Specifically to Carmen Carter, our CEO. She has been at the helm for 20 years. This is not glamorous work. This is not glorious work. Trying to fundraise for a nonprofit that exists to rectify a situation that some believe doesn't exist and others don't want to talk about is beyond a labor of love. It's a labor of sorcery. And she, more than anyone else I've ever met, is able to open her mouth and say what needs to be said in a way that moves this organization forward and deal with people that I am not capable of looking at to get what we need as a whole done. And I admire the hell out of her for it. So, and we remember this blue bench, we would not exist if the police were handling anything regarding sexual assault well at all on their own. Spoiler alert, to be more direct, in case I wasn't real clear there, I hear I'm subtle sometimes and I really don't know how that happens, but they suck at it. And the budget for 2021 proposes to fire detectives and increase beat cops. Glad we exist to fill that gap. Thanks. Beat cops are the ones who bring people to our door, not the investigators. Yeah, no, I just want to know what's going on. I don't know why they canceled public comment. They stopped it. If this is a new normal, I got more to say about that. Y'all. What the everlast? Why did they cut the comments? Why did they? I can't even spell. I'm so mad. What are they even doing? I'm a parent, a small business owner, a wife who has to manage a shared workspace and distance learning, and I don't get this long of a break during the day. Even to go to the bathroom, people follow me and ask questions because I'm just so important. Wait, nobody else was signed up? Are you kidding? Wait, what? Okay. You were right. I take back everything I said. When I'm wrong, I'll own it. There weren't enough signups. Wow. Okay, we're going to change that going forward. We will have more than a couple. At your office tomorrow. Just coached a private Facebook group, 700, on how to do public input for Allied. They do close at 4 p.m. Yeah, no, we're seriously doing that. I haven't been saying that out loud because I'm afraid he's going to get wind of it and not show up now. It's the one place he does show up each week. You know, thank you. I've got a Google event in my calendar that recurs every Friday. And when I understand that I'm a big personality and I'm very intense and I can fill the room and scare people and I can talk nonstop. But I also have a lot to say. And I would be there every week if I could, but it doesn't feel right. So I don't always sign up because I want to give other people their turn. But we need to fill public input every single week, you guys. Oh my God. I'm going to be Tiff, if you're watching, we're going to do something with mom and moms. We're going to get loud about it. They do close at 4 o'clock the day of. You're correct. I had no idea there were only 2. Wow. That is wild. Love you. Sorry to bother. Fucking hate your colleagues. But your wife is hot. YOLO. Sorry, Al, I had nothing planned. I didn't see this coming. Yeah, the 2 times I've done that, I was number 63 and number 48 on the list, respectively. So that was when I was like, I'll push when it's time to push. I guess it ain't time to push. I have words for this. Well, if y'all are not a member of the Facebook group, Allies to Abolitionists, I'm going to put the link in here. I gave a talk this afternoon coaching everyone. There are like 760 members, and I was coaching them on how to participate in public comment tomorrow for this Allied contract with the RTD. So Allied is the worst, by the way, like I mentioned earlier. They are a mass murderer, and I don't know why in the world it's kind of accepted that we would renew this contract. Ridiculous. All right, so here's the link. And I guess we'll just play this.
I'm going to wait a few seconds to see if people come. And then, so we can just hear a little bit about you and what you're involved with.
Sure. My name's Mary Catherine Dunn. I'm going to make friends. I'm called the Fitness Protection Program. So for the next 3 weeks, I was out every single night being a pro. Thanks, find you.
I mean, and I hope, because I want to give people some facts and like useful tools and tips and tricks and stuff for city council. But I also think, that is really interesting and important conversation, because we have a lot of nice, like I'm one too, like nice white ladies in this group. And we're like trying to figure out like what we're supposed to be doing. And, one of the things that this group also looks at is abolitionist teaching, which is like, abolitionists were a diverse group of people, but members of that group, again, were like nice white ladies, but that also figured out like how to leverage their power, So I think that like when you start with like I'm in the junior league and here's all these things that I do, that really complicates like a narrative, which is really interesting.
Well, do you know much about the suffrage movement?
Maybe like a centimeter.
We're looking into. There's a new Enola Holmes on Netflix right now. It centers around that, because what's been lost in all of that, and the Mary Poppins is usually the touch point for suffragettes of that period, the nice white ladies. They were bombing shit. They were bombing shit long before North Ireland really got their feet into doing it, and they took their cues from the abolitionists. So there's a history of violence that's really been glossed over in all of these movements. And those bombings went on for 25 years before the first vote was had in the UK. So I tell you that to say there have never necessarily been nice white ladies, but the movement didn't get traction until the people that were committing the crimes were the ones that prior to this had been the ones that were being held up as the ones we had to save. So there is power in what we do, and there is power in our presence, and there is a lot that will deter you from flexing, as I like to think of it. Like, they're not telling you to stay home. They're saying don't flex until you understand what it is that you're doing and what your power goes. With great power comes great responsibility, and power itself is a privilege. So if you think of it in those terms, I have privilege. How do I use it? Privilege has been weaponized to make people feel guilty. You can't help it any more than I can help that I'm from Tennessee. And so that is how we shame people into silence. Rather, it's more interesting to think of it like, I was born with power that I don't really know how to use. Where do I start? Where can I be most effective? Where will it do the most good? Where does it exist where if I do this, it would bring attention where others won't? Because this movement isn't new. Like, the Black women have been calling out for help for centuries. And now that they have our attention, rather than focusing on being late to the party, why did no one really notice until white women in yellow shirts showed up in Portland, that Portland was being occupied by federal agents? We didn't want to believe it. I mean, it's a sort of thing that happens if you're my age, and I am 42. We're Cold War kids. We grew up thinking the evil was communism. We grew up believing American exceptionalism. We never thought for a second that it was already here, that the roots of it had, the seeds had already been sown. So when I say nice white ladies, I got to correct people. Like, they just dressed pretty. They were born into respectability, but they bombed shit.
Well, yeah. So let's talk about like harnessing that energy, you know, into something that seems so boring and kind of is like public comment and city council meetings. And why should we participate and pay attention?
Because when we talk about abolition, what is that? It's a movement. For me, I'm not just a carceral abolitionist. I am a full stop abolitionist. And what carceral specifically means, like the criminal justice system, the 3 carceral C's: cops, courts, and cages. I'm speaking about like rooting out, destroying the entire system, and rebuilding something as we go. Because the problem inherently with, and having lived in other countries, I've lived all over the world, living in other countries where a regime can be changed overnight, that doesn't necessarily mean that what's coming next will be better. So we have to be really careful and thoughtful about that shift. Remember Russia? Like, everything was going to be great after we got rid of communism, and now what?
Remember Russia? But for
real, look what's happening in Belarus right now. Like, it's a disaster, and it hasn't improved. So all that just to say that, like, change in and of itself starts
to the City Council meeting
with policy and
Monday,
legislation,
October
which will
5th,
codify
2020.
the changes.
Council
So I know we
members,
have a lot of laws,
please
like
mute your
SB
mic and rise if
2217.
you
I
are
gave an
able
impassioned
to join
speech
Councilmember
testimony
Hines as he
in
leads
favor.
us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
You can. I'm
and to the republic for which it stands,
not even kneeling.
one nation, under God,
I'm going to remind y'all, take this moment to remind you I'm not wearing
with
panties.
liberty and justice for all.
Fuck it.
Thank you, Councilman Hines. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Oh Lord, what now?
I think you're muted.
Black. Sorry.
Here.
Cedabaca. Here.
Lord.
Clark.
Here.
Flynn.
Here.
Herndon.
Here.
Hines.
Here.
Cashman.
Here.
Kinich. Here. Ortega.
Here.
Sandoval.
Thank you. I
Here.
really appreciate you trying to help me, though.
Sawyer. Here. Torres.
Here.
Madam
Looks like
President.
I'm going to have to die alone on the
Here.
hill of anal sex being the best.
13 members present.
There are 13 members present. Council has a quorum. Approval of the minutes. Are there corrections to the minutes of September
Jesus Christ.
28th? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Council announcements. Are there any council announcements? Councilman Flynn.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a proclamation this evening that's on consent, so it won't be read on the floor, but it would be in the block vote. I hope it will be adopted, recognizing Commander Jeff Martinez of the Denver Police Department on his retirement. But I just want folks to know that Commander Martinez is retiring from the Denver Police Department, but that's because he has been announced as the new Chief of Police in the city of Sheridan. And I just want to wish Jeff a great career down in Sheridan, which neighbors Council District 2. And I want to make note that not only is he a constituent of Council District 2, but he was an outstanding command officer when he was in District 4 Police and served the sector that is in our council district down here as the lieutenant. He was the commander in District 1. He was commander in District 5. I had the honor of writing a letter of recommendation for him to the mayor when the mayor was considering who to appoint as chief of police to replace Chief White. I knew then that although Jeff was not chosen for that he would be an outstanding chief of police wherever he chose to go. And so I want the public to know what a valuable officer is retiring from Denver Police, but is continuing his service for one of our.
Oh, now people
cities.
are finding the
good luck, Jeff. I don't know
anal
if you're
beads and
watching,
OPSEC
but we love you.
protest
and we
from earlier.
appreciate
Sorry,
all the
Denver
work
protest
you've
news
done
from
for
earlier.
Southwest Denver. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman Flynn. Up next, we have Councilwoman Black.
Thank you, Madam President. I've got 2 community meetings coming up. One is this Wednesday, and it is at 6 o'clock, and it is about the Bellevue and I-25 interchange, which many of you probably don't even know that is in Denver, but it is. And there is a possible rebuild proposal of that intersection that will create new freeway off-ramps on Union, which will greatly increase the amount of traffic on Union. And if anyone is interested, please look on my website or reach out to me for details how to participate in that meeting. Next Wednesday, the 14th, I'm having a virtual town hall, and some of our special guests include the mayor, our police chief, Brendan Hanlon, our chief financial officer, and Britta Fisher, our chief housing officer. Again, for more information, check out my website or shoot me an email. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Councilman Sawyer.
Thanks so much, Madam President. 3 quick announcements. Tomorrow night is the Mayfair Neighbors annual meeting. So if you live in Mayfair, please feel free to join for that. You can email the president, Patricia, for more information about that. Wednesday, the 7th, I think last week I said it was the 9th, but I lied. It is Wednesday, the 7th, at Planning Board. The East Area Plan will be coming through. So if you would like to comment on that, please sign up for commenting on the East Area Plan, which will be at Planning Board on Wednesday, the 7th. And then last announcement, on Sunday morning, 8:30 a.m., we will be having District 5 Park Cleanup Day. So hopefully everyone will be able to come out and join us. We'll be doing 12 parks in our district, and would love to have as many people as possible come out and volunteer to help us clean up our parks. So you can sign up on our social media pages. There's a Sign Up Genius on there. So any of our social media is at Denver Council 5. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Sandoval. Okay.
Did you say Sandoval?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. I have a dog barking, so I'm trying to be a little loud. So first, I would like to thank Councilman Flynn for doing a proclamation for Commander Martinez. He was the commander in District 1 before he got promoted to his new, where he's serving right now in Homeland Security. And during his time in Council District 1, he took Chief Pazin's position, and we partnered a lot on a lot of community activities. We did a Dia de los Muertos parade. We did a veterans haircut and I helped partner with that to provide free haircuts for vets. And
but what have you done for the
anytime
homeless?
anything was going on in our
Unhoused
community,
people, they're
he was
dying.
just
We're in
always
a
right
global
there for them,
pandemic.
for all of us.
We're in a
And,
movement for
um,
Black
these
lives. I
last couple
appreciate you
months,
giving
he's
veterans
been
haircuts, but
personally
they
there
need
for me,
health
and
care
so I
and
just want to give him
housing
a shout out.
and
He went above
jobs.
and beyond for me in a couple situations that I've had to deal with some work that I've been doing in Council District 1. So he will truly be missed. So thank you, Councilman Flynn, for honoring him this evening. And although he won't be working for Denver, I still consider him a friend. So I'll be pinging him once in a while. And then I would just like to announce that on Saturday,
I wish I could still ping my loved ones died of COVID.
At 10 a.m., we'll have our North and West local elected leader call. And you can find that at
Is that like the Dear Leader call?
Going over the ballot initiatives. And so it's really important. I know Councilwoman Torres and Councilwoman Ortega and myself are really wanting to make sure that we get out the vote. It's so important that we show up at the polls this November. So please join us at our town hall this Saturday at 10 a.m. And you can find that on all of our social medias. So Councilman Torres or mine or Councilman Ortega. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next up, we have Councilwoman Torres.
Thank you, Madam President. On October 1st, 2010, Teatro signed the closing papers on the Denver Civic Theater. So I want to congratulate them celebrating their 10-year anniversary on Santa Fe Drive and in West Denver. Congratulations. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to let everyone know that, as you all know, we've been hounding you about getting your census stuff in. And the Trump administration had moved to try to shorten that time frame to the end of September. Well, the courts ruled that it would stay in place till the end of October. So people still have time to get their census information in. Unfortunately, some of the census staff, because they thought the end of this time frame was going to end in September, are no longer there. So we have some neighborhoods in Denver that did not have high response rates. We still can encourage them to get their census form with only 9 questions filled out so they can get that in. The response rate is important because it results in revenues that come back to our city for services and resources that are desperately needed by especially our lower income communities. Anything you all can do to keep this up in your newsletters, I would just strongly encourage that. So thank you for your ongoing efforts and support in trying to get people to turn out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ortega. And seeing no other announcements, I would like to also send my congratulations and appreciation to Commander Jeff Martinez for your career and your recent retirement from the city. And we'll continue to keep pushing the census in our neighborhoods. And so thank you for that reminder, Councilwoman Ortega. Up next, we have no presentations, we have no communications. We have 2 proclamations on the agenda tonight. One is on consent and the other is being postponed. Councilman Hines, will you please put proclamation 1088 on the floor for adoption?
No, Madam President. Just kidding. I move that proclamation 20-1088 be adopted.
Thank you. It has been moved.
That's what we actually want you to say on the Allied contract, Hines. We want you to say no.
Cashman, your motion to postpone, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that adoption of proclamation 20-1088 be postponed until Tuesday, October 20.
Second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded by Councilmember Herndon. Comments by members of council. Councilman Cashman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Due to a clerical error, this proclamation was put on tonight's agenda. I'd like to move this proclamation to Tuesday, October 20, which was the original intended date.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Cashman?
Aye.
Kamich?
Aye.
Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval?
Once again, in case y'all thought we died and went to
Sawyer?
Dawson's Creek, we're in the middle of a global pandemic
Torrance?
and a movement for Black lives, trying to approve a city
Black?
budget that will increase
Aye.
policing at a
Cedarbaca?
ridiculous rate while
Aye.
cutting basic services
Clark?
to like beyond pre-COVID
Aye.
levels.
Herndon?
Aye.
Hines?
Aye.
Madam President?
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
12 ayes.
12 ayes. Adoption of Proclamation 1088 has been postponed to Tuesday, October 20th. And you know what? Okay, no, that's right. Tuesday, October 20th. Madam Secretary, please read the bills for introduction.
From Land Use, Transportation, and Infrastructure, 2965, a bill for an ordinance changing the zoning classification for 4714 North Bryant Street in Sunnyside. 2979, a bill for an ordinance approving a proposed assignment agreement between the City and County of Denver and School District Number 1 for the Northfield Sports Complex and the Harvey Park parking lot. 2983, a bill for an ordinance changing the zoning classification for 1790 South Humboldt Street in University. 2984, a bill for an ordinance changing the zoning classification for 2520 South Marion Street in University.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Council members, this is your last opportunity to call out an item. Councilmember Cashman, will you, oh, you know what? I think I've got a typo here. Councilmember Hines, will you please make the motions for us this evening?
If Councilmember Cashman would prefer, I'm happy to defer. But yes, I'll make the motions. Thank you, Madam President.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hines. Now we'll do a recap under resolutions.
Sorry,
Councilmember
y'all.
Sedabaka
I'm sitting here in
has
this
called
boring
out
city council
Resolution
meeting, and I will
923
amuse
for
myself
questions and
by
a
any
vote,
means necessary.
as well as
welcome.
resolutions 924, 941, and 976 for questions. Councilmember Herndon has called out resolution 925 for a vote. Councilmember Kanich has called out resolution 980 for a comment, and I have called out resolution 921 for a comment. Under bills for introduction, there are no items that have been called out. Under bills for final consideration, no items have been called out, and under pending, no items have been called out. The first item up is resolution 923. Councilmember Hines, will you please put Council Resolution 923 on the floor for adoption?
Madam President, I move that Council Bill 20-0923 be adopted.
Thank you. It has been moved.
Second.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the second. Questions or comments by members of council? Councilmember Sedabaka.
Thank you, Madam President. Is there anybody on the call who can speak to this contract?
Yes.
Yes,
Kristen?
Councilwoman Sedabaka. We have myself, Christina Ulrich, and Cami Doty available.
Awesome. So my first question here is, where exactly are we placing the Securitas contract at, or their security guards?
Thank you for the question. We've currently got security officers located at La Quinta, Ramada Inn, Western Motor Inn, Hampton Inn, Quality Inn, and Roadway Inn.
Awesome. And what do we use as metrics of success for the security companies that we're using in these locations?
I'll go ahead and kick that question on over to Cami.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the question, Councilwoman Sedabaka. So we work in very close contact with our DHS and host partners, as well as the providers, checking in with them verbally, really. I wouldn't say it was a formal process, although we're certainly open to making that a more formalized process. We weren't intending that this was going to be a long-term engagement. However, since it is expanding to the end of January, we can certainly look at a more formalized process. But for now, it is a verbal discussion with them about the performance of the provider. We have quite a few discussions with them because there have been changes with the number of security professionals per shift. So that is constantly moving depending on the needs. So we're having that conversation on a frequent basis.
So I asked this question because one of our other security contracts for $4 million, there was a murder on their watch. And so I'm wondering, when we talk about or when we hire security, how do we gauge their success and what are the consequences if they don't meet whatever that bar is?
Absolutely. And so, again, I would say right now, it's not a formalized process, just verbal in nature, checking in with them, checking in with the provider, because they really are on each of these or at each of these site locations on an ongoing basis. And so they have a very close relationship with the security professionals that are there providing the service. So we really look to them to provide us that feedback. And each location operates a little bit differently, and there could be different providers at each of the locations. So it really is about that one-on-one contact with them to ensure that they are delivering the services that we've agreed to.
And what are those services?
Sure. So the scope of work really is a monitor and report, I would say, or not monitor and report, my bad. It's an observe and report. So our security professionals are not to engage physically in any sort of way. They really are to patrol the area, whether that's internal or external to the building, and to report on anything that they've seen. And then also to engage in a customer service level, answering questions, directing people, similar to what our city contract is. They're really ambassadors, I would say, on those sites. But again, it's very much an observe and report type of security engagement. We don't ever encourage, and that was specific in the scope of work whenever we submitted this out, that this was a monitor and report and absolutely no physical sort of interaction with any of the guests.
Got it. And how was this contractor selected? Tell me a little bit about the bid process.
Absolutely. So all of this spun up very, very quickly. And so what we did in general services was that we put out a sort of call for rates, call for professional professional sort of response, what services, or I'm sorry, what they could actually provide. And so we put that out, I want to say, because there was such a quick turnaround on this, we put it out, I believe, to 11 different, and Christina may be able to correct me here, but I believe we put that out to 11 different providers here within the kind of Denver area to see what their rates were, to see their professional sort of certifications and things like that. And we can actually get you a list or the scope that we put out. And Christina, I'm sorry, I was trying to find this in my notes earlier, but can you tell me how many people we actually had respond that could spin up and do the work at the sites?
Yes, Kimmy, I'm pulling that up now. Just one moment, please.
So we did not, oh, go ahead.
As Christina pulls that up, is this a minority-owned company?
No. Securitas is, no.
And is there, of those 11 companies that you all reached out to, were there any minority-owned security companies?
So JCJ National, who are actually the Weeby partner to the HSS contract currently, they did reach out and provide some rates, and they provided the security at the Pepsi Center site. So we did look for opportunities to engage multiple security contractors across the city for these congregate, non-congregate shelters, as well as the Pepsi Center site.
And so, go ahead.
Oh, excuse me. I was just going to say, I was able to locate the procurement information. So we actually reached out to 27 local security contractors. Of those 27, 10 proposals were received.
Awesome. And I would love to see which companies those are when you get a chance, if you could send those over. That concludes my questions on this one. Thank you.
All right.
We'll get those sent over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Sadebaca. We've got Councilman Hines up for a question.
Thank you, Madam President. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam President. If we were to vote against this, what would the next step be?
Are you, would you like?
Bit of a precarious situation because we would have to fill those vacancies. So you're looking at across 6 different locations, it's about 1,900 hours. That equates to, I think, roughly about 34 positions. So we would have to reach out to some security partner and fill those positions. So there is definitely a need at those sites, which has been recommunicated to us from our DHS and host partners.
Actually, we do have Rebecca Martinez on the line from DHS, who is on site and actually provide an overview if that would be helpful.
Yes, please.
Good evening. To speak to some of your initial kind of questions, I really just wanted to dive into the level of partnership that we've built historically with the Securitas company.
Y'all need to get in here now and pay attention. Securitas is one of the minority report level companies that promote electronic surveillance across the country. I want to know, is this going to plug into the RTCIC?
Partnership with them, they are quick to address any of our concerns, as well as continue to work in that partnership.
Are we filling hours?
Thus far, I think reestablishing that with another company could be a disservice. The guards are very familiar at this point with our residents and our guests, and are adhere to a strict kind of protocol that they must follow. So they have post orders that are identified by their supervisors, and that includes making rounds every hour of the.
But they're not police officers yet. They come with cameras and a lot of electronic surveillance. Where is that data being housed? How is it being used? Who has access to it? Are they basically collecting data that's going to be handed over to the police and added to your personal file?
Service provider and a good fit for this operation.
It's never just people with Securitas.
One other question: if we were to vote against this contract, would service abruptly end tonight, or is it a week from now?
Thank you for the question. This is Christina. So the contract is through mutual extension, actually through January 31st of 2021. That was written into the original agreement. And so per the executive director of general services and the vice president of Securitas, they mutually agreed to that. However, the piece that's really pending here is the increase in compensation. So although we might be able to, still have that term that's available through that mutual extension, from a monetary standpoint, it's just a matter of when we would hit that contract max.
Councilman, if I may join, this is Lisa Lumley with real estate. We would also, at least on a couple of the hotels, be in default of the lease if we cannot provide these services.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Huh. How'd that happen?
Right, thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Sadebaca?
Thank you, Madam President. Just 2 quick questions. One, are all of these security officers armed or post-certified? And 2, with the compensation change, why is that happening, and what is the compensation rate for security guards?
I can answer the armed question. This is Cammie Jolie. None of the officers at these locations are armed, and that was a decision that we made as a group and determined if there was a need that we would revisit that and determine if it was an actual need or come up with some more concrete sort of path forward on that rather than just arming if somebody thought that we needed to arm. Christina, can you answer the second part of that question on the funding?
Thank you, Councilwoman. So your question, you had asked the change in pay. Are you talking about prevailing wage, living wage, or something within the union?
How about you break it all down? Do you pay them?
How about you break it all down? Get them, Candy.
Or do you? Why are we increasing their cost, and how do we dole it out?
Oh, I see the question. Why are we increasing the maximum contract amount? So we have, we pay them at, what they proposed for their rates for their guards. That is, they are responsible to pay minimum wage, as well as I believe living wages on this contract. So they are responsible to pay for those agents at a minimum. What the city pays to them is going to be a little bit higher, right, to cover kind of their overhead, profit, costs, management, etc. The reason for the increase in the maximum contract amount, we originally thought that this was going to be a 3-month engagement with a possibility of an additional 6 months. However, we did not fully understand the scope of services that would be needed. We went from originally 3 facilities to now more than 6. So originally the intention was a very small scope, not intended to be across as many facilities as this is really morphed into, which has really caused kind of that increase to that maximum contract amount.
And you said that we pay slightly over, so we require them to pay minimum wage or livable wage, because those are 2 very different numbers.
So I can pull up the exact in the contract for you. What they pay their officers, you do not know. I know what the city pays to Securitas. However, how much Securitas is paying their officers is an unknown, other than they do have to meet those minimum thresholds. We can certainly reach out and ask that question, however.
That would be helpful. Thank you. That's it for my questions.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Seeing no other questions, Madam Secretary, roll call.
Cidabacca? Aye. Clark?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Herndon?
Aye.
Hines?
Aye.
Cashman?
Aye.
Kinich? Aye. Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval? Sawyer?
Aye.
Torres?
Aye.
Black?
Aye.
Madam President?
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
12 ayes.
12 ayes. Council Resolution 923 has been adopted.
And that's how it happens.
The next item up is Resolution 924. Councilmember Cidabacca, please go ahead with your questions on Resolution 924, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm curious about what kind of pest control this is and how it fits for changing the language for it to be CARES Act reimbursable. So if you could explain that to me, that's just my overall question here.
Thank you, Cidabacca. This is Christina with General Services. So this is for pest control citywide. So this could be anything from small mites and bugs to mice and rats and so on and so forth. So far, there's actually only been 1 use of this contract related to CARES, and that was just specific to one of the sheltering locations. So adding that CARES language just allows us to seek reimbursement. As I mentioned, it's only been 1 instance in which this contract has been used to date for pest control at a sheltering site. However, we do anticipate that 1 other location may require some pest control at a sheltering site as well.
What are those sites? What pest were we removing and how much did it cost?
I would have to get that specific information for you. I do not have that on off the top of my head.
That would be helpful. Thank you very much. That's it for my questions there.
All right. Thank you. Moving on, the next item up is Resolution 925. Councilmember Hines, would you please put Council Resolution 925 on the floor for adoption?
I move that Council Resolution 20-0925 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded by Councilmember Herndon. Questions or comments by members of council? Councilmember Herndon.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the contract that Parks and Recreation has with summer scholars. At the advice of the attorneys, this bill needs to be refiled. So Parks and Rec has asked that we will vote it down, and a corrected resolution, will be filed at a later date. Thank you, Madam President.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Herndon. And as a reminder, council members are asked to vote no. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Herndon?
No.
Hines?
No.
Cashman?
No.
Kinich?
No.
Ortega?
No.
Sawyer?
No.
Torres?
No.
Black?
No.
Cedabaca?
No.
Clark?
No.
Flynn?
Nay.
Madam President.
No. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce results.
12 nays.
12 nays. Council Resolution 925 has failed. The next item up is Resolution 941. Councilmember Cedabaca, please go ahead with your questions on 941.
Thank you, Madam President. This one, I am curious about what asset collections we're performing and how this tool is used.
I love you, Candy.
This is Judge Spahn. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Sorry, I received short notice, but I'm very happy to be here tonight. But I'm driving literally home from New Mexico, so I'm in a car. I apologize for this. And is this sorry, I don't have the right in front of me, but this is our take. Can you hear me?
Not very well. I'm
okay,
actually
I'm gonna pull over. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'm just gonna, I know that our court executive is available as well, and she might be able to communicate a little bit better. I'm just gonna touch on a few points and have her day. So I apologize for my dress and for the fact that I'm calling from the car. So basically, this is when fines and costs are imposed by the court. People can work out a payment plan for their fines and costs, but people who fail to engage with the court or do not work out a payment plan, there are a certain amount of cases get referred to collections. This company has done collections for the court for, I think, like 20 years. They do the collections for all the state courts in the state of Colorado and actually work with the state court administrator's office. And what they do is when people have failed and because we have a whole collections department and set of employees who works with people, sometimes they can work out payment plans for like $5 a month, but it's for people who completely walk away and don't engage. But what they do is they first collect restitution for victims, which is really important. They also collect victims' comp fees that go to support victim comp funds here in the city and county of Denver. All of our fines and costs are, most of them really are state statutory mandated, and they're set by the state. We don't refer anything under $300 to the collections department. It's important to know that anything that's collected, as I said, goes to victims. It goes to victims' comp funds, and it goes to the general fund for the city and county of Denver. The court does not collect any of the money. It goes directly to the general fund to support other city programs throughout the city. I'm just trying to look at my notes here. We also, this contract really isn't any different, except for because of the budget crisis, we're trying to find places where the city can have access to more funds. So before there's a charge, and before this, we would pay up front, which I think my court executive could explain a little bit better. And now this is just shifting the same costs. And historically, this Integral has collected about $3 million a year, which again is paid back to victims in the general fund. And Kristen, if you're on here and you could give me a hand, I'd really appreciate that.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so really the amendment with this contract is just to change the process by which our collection efforts are done. So previously, the practice in the city was to restrict third parties from holding on to city funds for any period of time. We sought a waiver from the Department of Finance that would allow integral recoveries to actually collect the fees and costs directly, hold them in a trust account, and deposit them to the general fund on a biweekly basis. Doing this frees up approximately $650,000 at the beginning of a calendar year back to the general fund, rather than us
good question.
using that money to pay Integral their collection fee per month.
Okay, and so are we levying fees on people right now who cannot afford them? And do we have a waiver process for any kind of COVID relief related to fees?
So y'all just want to say, don't get up in arms about candy voting. Two of the questions that led up to it,
and Kristen, feel free to jump
without
in
another option to go right in there tonight, we just would have been on the hook for a lot of money on two other connected contracts.
And I just had short notice. I'm happy to try to share that information. So anybody represented who's indigent always has a right to ask the court to waive fines and costs, or most of our judges on a regular basis do waive fines and costs, or at least give people a break. Also, they can work at a payment plan that can be very, very minimal for a very long period of time. And they always, even if they're working with the collections department in our courts, and it's not referred to collections, if something happens in their life or they want the court to reconsider that, they can always file a motion to reconsider. And certainly during COVID, the court has been very sensitive to COVID. We've done a number of things and entered a number of orders to try to keep people
come on,
safe,
y'all, we need to laugh
to
this
try
week,
to understand that people are in dire financial situations. And so our judges are very tolerant of motions to reconsider. And Kristen, if you can add anything, I'd appreciate that.
No, I think you covered it really well. I will tell you, motions have been entertained to waive fees and costs, usually outstanding fees and costs due to extenuating circumstances. We also ceased any new referrals during this COVID time and ceased active collections only until recently.
And does Integral Recoveries do any direct reporting to credit bureaus when there are delinquent payments?
Good question.
The court does not report to credit bureaus, no, ma'am.
Awesome. That's it for my questions, Madam President. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman Sejdabaca, and safe travels home, Judge Spahn.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next up is Resolution 976. Councilmember Sejdabaca, please go ahead with your questions on that one.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted just a list of what motels this covers under this contract.
All right, and I believe we have Angela Nelson joining us to answer this question, or if there's another agency individual. All right, so I'm looking here for our other agency individual here. I'm not sure we have anybody on the line unless Sky Stewart might be able to answer this question.
Sky, if you can hear me.
Hi, so sorry, this is Angie Nelson with Host.
Oh, good.
It wasn't giving me an option to do anything but raise my hand, so I've got it now. 0976, is that the one for US Motels Denver North?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so that is an amendment to add funds primarily for the Super 8 motel. So US Motels Denver North is the operating name for that particular location. In this amendment,
is that the 100% occupancy? Do we rent out all of their rooms or only a portion of them?
We only rent out a portion. So this has been a motel used first by Denver Human Services, and then when the motel program switched over to Host, for 2020. It was one that we continued operating with, but we just rent rooms on a per night basis with established rates in this contract.
And is this one reserved for people who have COVID or are vulnerable, or who is this one for?
Yeah, so this property is for families specifically. So it operated pre-COVID and may well operate post-COVID. It is not specific for any population other than families experiencing homelessness. It serves as a safety net shelter for families when other shelters are full.
And how are we defining family?
The family is defined as an adult and a minor under the age of 18 in their custody. There's some more language in some of the referral information that helps to broaden that so that families can be defined. Sorry, just checking to see if I happen to have those notes pulled up as far as the exact definition that the motel voucher program uses, but most typically just an adult with a child in their custody.
Do our caregivers, if they're both over the age of 18, count under that family definition?
I would need to look into that. I know sometimes there have been some exceptions around that, but I think in general, it is meant for families with minor children.
That info would be helpful. And who is releasing these vouchers? Is it still the sheriff?
No, so these are administered through a different partner contract with hosts. So the Volunteers of America runs a voucher writer position, and families are able to seek vouchers during the daytime or in the evening at 3 different community-based locations. So they can get them from the gathering place, from the VOA mission, and from the Samaritan House. So those are the 3 current locations, while Denver Human Services remains largely closed to outside visitors.
Got it. And I will just look forward to the rest of that definition by email if you have a chance. And that concludes my questions, Madam President. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Next up, we have Councilwoman Torres.
Thank you, Madam President. Angie, probably same question or question line for you. Just knowing motels and hotels often have just a small number of ADA accessible rooms. How do we manage those needs? Do we hold some in case they're needed that are accessible? Has that come up as an issue or a barrier at all?
So this motel with the Super 8, this contract for U.S. Motels Denver North, runs sort of in tandem with a motel that's owned and operated by the Volunteers of America called the VOA Family Motel. If a family were to show up and have mobility needs, we would first seek to get them into the VOA Family Motel. We have a lot more operational flexibility with Volunteers of America as our partner there to say, hey, we've got a family with some accessibility needs. Can we try and get them into, one of the certain rooms at that motel? And they're often able to help shift around occupancy to make those arrangements. I am not familiar with what all the operational process would be with the Super 8. I know that they've been a really responsive and flexible partner to us, and I think would work to make those accommodations. But to my knowledge, we don't hold out any particular rooms, set aside just for this. The amount of rooms we use per night at Super 8 can vary, as little as 5 rooms a night up to at its peak this summer, we saw 60 rooms per night being used. So it was really, has a lot to do with demand and capacity.
Thank you, Angie. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. All right, looks like we got the questions answered on that one. The next item up is Resolution 980. Councilmember Kniech, please go ahead with your comments on Resolution 980.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, we get asked a lot, like, how are you making an impact and what is our city doing on certain challenges? And it is always difficult to get good news out and make sure that people are aware. So this resolution is a contract. And it's a contract with a fund that provides assistance to workers who are left behind from other sources of assistance. Unemployment funds, they were not receiving the CARES Act checks given by the federal government. These are folks who can prove they were working, prove that they are out of work due to the crisis that we're experiencing in our country, and they were left without any safety net to help them or their families. So our council came together with the mayor's office and the Office of Immigrant Affairs and invested in a Left Behind Worker Fund. And we are now going to be continuing that investment with these dollars. But I just want to share for anyone who just didn't catch some of the outcomes, what these funds have done. These funds, the first funds that we released and the private funds that matched them, helped more than 2,200 workers in our city from every single council district, including reaching those districts with more immigrants and more folks who are left behind. Secondly, those workers supported more than 3,000 children. So these funds directly went to help households with very vulnerable kids. These funds were primarily used to support housing expenses. We have a really robust rental assistance program, but we know it doesn't work for everyone. Some people rent a room from someone else or don't have a written lease. They have a hard time using those formal programs. The first and foremost use was to keep families housed. Second most common use was for food, and the third was for bills. I keep reminding folks there's no assistance program for cell phones. And you can't get a call back to work without a cell phone. You can't get a COVID test result in some cases without a cell phone.
Ready for them all,
you
right?
can't stay in touch with your elderly relatives who are vulnerable without a cell phone. And these are lifelines, and so helping folks pay those bills.
Almost as important as
the workers
pickleball.
that were helped came from the very essential worker forces that were affected in the hospitality industry, restaurant workers, janitorial workers who used to clean those downtown buildings that were empty for so long, and hotel workers were among the biggest groups, but you saw landscapers and others affected by this pandemic. These are the folks who keep our city running in its good times. And I am just so proud that these funds were there to help them in these tough times. And so I know this is on our consent agenda, and I know our colleagues have been very united in supporting it, but I just wanted to share some of the impacts. We don't get to see sometimes, especially when we're isolated right now, some of the impacts of our work here on the council, but these dollars have made a difference. I want to thank the folks at Impact Charitable and the folks at all of the sponsoring organizations who have been helping to get the word out and vet these dollars and these families and bring them together. And so thank you to the community partners, and thank you to our community for really being willing to partner with the city on this initiative. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilwoman Kniech, and for your leadership on this topic. And I believe the last report that we got, District 11 residents had taken advantage of this greatly. They were ranked second for this fund, and so it is so important. So thank you, and thank you to our colleagues for supporting this on the consent agenda tonight. The last item we have called out is Resolution 921, and I've called it out only for a comment, and my comment will be very brief. I would like to just remind Roth Property Maintenance and the other contractors who are working on janitorial services in our city that on Friday I had a call with some employees of this and other janitorial services, and I think there needs to be a lot better communication and a lot better, I think, just education for our folks who are working in the janitorial services, because they're worried about their health. They're worried about having access to enough PPE, enough gloves, enough time during their day to actually wash their hands and follow all those protocols that we know are so important right now in the middle of a pandemic. And so I don't have a specific question on this one, but I think as we look at establishing a new end date, especially on this one, it's 2/28/21, and we'll be coming back around. Those are some of the questions that myself personally, and I know others on council, are wanting to have answered. How you're supporting our essential workers and those who are really at most risk as well, because they are immigrants and they are people of color. And we know that communities of color have been disproportionately affected, and that people of color, especially Latino folks and Black folks, are affected negatively much more than other groups due to COVID-19. And so that wraps up my comment on that one, and that concludes the items to be called out. And so any bills for introduction are ordered published. Council members, remember, this is a consent or block vote, and you will need to vote aye. Otherwise, this is your last chance to call out an item for a separate vote. Councilmember Hines, will you please put the proclamations and resolutions for adoption and bills on final consideration for passage on the floor?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that proclamations and resolutions be adopted and bills on final consideration be placed upon final consideration and do pass in a block for the following items: 20-1089, 20-0964, 20-0968, 20-0969, 20-0970, 20-0971, 20-0972, 20-0973, 20-0920, 20-0921, 20-0924, 20-0967, 20-0981, 20-0937, 20-0938, 20-0939, 20-0978, 20-0936, 20-0940, 20-0941, 20-0976, 20-0977, 20-0980, 20-0889, 20-0912, 20-0890, 20-0935, 20-0915, and 20-0916.
All right, thank you, Councilman Hines.
Second.
Wanted to check with the Madam Secretary. Did we get all those all right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, all right. I had 0890 circled, but if you were following along, we got it. All right, it has been moved, and I got the second from Councilmember Herndon. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Black? Aye. Cedavaca? Aye. Clark?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Herndon?
Aye.
Hines?
Aye.
Cashman?
Aye.
Kinich? Aye. Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval? Sawyer? Aye. Torres? Aye. Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
12 ayes.
12 ayes. The resolutions have been adopted and the bills have been placed upon final consideration and do pass. Tonight, there will be a 1-hour courtesy public hearing on Council Bill 930, approving and accepting the East Central Area Plan. The plan shall become part of the Comprehensive Plan 2040 for the City and County of Denver pursuant to the provisions of Section 12-61 of the Denver Revised Municipal Code. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter must go online.
Global movement for Black lives.
The recess of council. If
Global
there are
pandemic.
No objections from members of council,
We're talking
we will
about
take a
land development.
15-minute recess. Council members, please remember to turn off your cameras and mute your microphones, and we will return at it will be 6:37.
Look, y'all, I know this is insufferable. I do. I don't live for this and I don't love it. I would much rather downstairs be watching absolutely anything on TV with my children. I would. And I really don't like anything that they watch. So when I'm saying I would rather watch Paw Patrol than this, that is a statement. But it's necessary. So the thing to remember is that the big stuff happens in committee. The big show is Monday night, but it's all a foregone conclusion usually before it comes here, which is why I stream. I can't stream every committee because I've got kids and a job. So I pick the one that matters to me the most, and that's safety and housing. And that one is, and I don't do it every week. I do it when anything regarding DPD is on the agenda. So like the time that I went back and I streamed it when Beth McCann was answering questions about how the DA's office holds police accountable when they murder people. And the result was horrifying. It's something I think everyone should have to listen to. I think it's every voter should have to understand and absorb this and question her. Why didn't you make more changes? Why didn't you demand more oversight? Are you really okay with this as the district attorney? Is this the job you signed up for? Were you aware of that? And are you really powerless to change it? These are all the conversations that are had in committee, which is why tomorrow in the finance committee at 1:30 in the afternoon, where the allies to abolitionists will be coming and making statements in person, and we'll be assisting them, Walla Moms will be assisting them in protesting the continuation of the Allied security contract because they murder people. Remember, you kill one person, you're a murderer. You kill two, you're a serial murderer. And it's not a stretch, since corporations are people, to say that Allied security, mass murder, serial murder, they don't seem to care, and we don't hold them accountable. At the end of the day, what this entire movement about now is about government accountability. Police don't have any, which makes them basically militarized. They're accountable to themselves and no one else. Not just the military force, but also the fact that, the military tribunal is separate from like the regular justice system. Yeah, the police is increasingly in the same way. So we're arguing against all of that in different ways because defunding the police, those actions start here with the budget and demanding that funds are reallocated before the budget is set and finalized for 2021. So in about 3 minutes, I'm going to have to go downstairs and kiss kids and grab something to eat because I've been sitting in this chair for way too long. Way too long. This meeting will not be done anytime soon. We got a 1 hour public hearing and then a few more things that'll be brought up if you need the agenda. I think I tossed it in the notes earlier. If you have any questions or just want to chat, throw them in there. Mm. Okay. too many devices. Ugh. Mm.
We're going to go ahead and reconvene. I'm sorry about I had meant to give 15 minutes, but had given the time as 10 minutes, and our staff, they're going to be able to get everybody signed up. And so we're going to go ahead and start. We have one public hearing tonight. Speakers should begin their remarks by telling council their names and cities of residence, and if they feel comfortable doing so, their home addresses. When called upon, please wait until our meeting host promotes you to speaker. When you are promoted, your screen will flash and say reconnecting to meeting. Please do not leave the meeting. You will be reconnected, and you will need to turn on your camera if you have one and your microphone. If you have signed up to answer questions only, state your name and note that you are available for questions of council. Speakers will have 3 minutes. There's no yielding of time. You will see your time flash on the screen when you have 30 seconds left. Speakers must stay on the topic of the hearing and must direct their comments to the council members. Please refrain from profane or obscene speech. Direct your comments to council as a whole, and please refrain from individual or personal attacks. And we will be hearing an ordinance approving and accepting the East Central Area Plan, which will become part of the Comprehensive Plan 2040 for the City and County of Denver. Councilmember Hines, will you please put Council Bill 930 on the floor for passage?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Council Bill 20-0930 be placed upon final consideration and do pass.
Thank you. It has been moved. May I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The required public hearing for Council Bill 20-0930 is open. May we please have the staff report?
Hi, good evening. This is Laura Aldrete. I'm the Executive Director of Community Planning and Development. And I'm just going to say a few words. I know you're all very anxious to get to the meat of the plan, but this is so much work has been done on behalf of the citizens and the staff at CPD. I just wanted to take a few minutes to introduce it today. With the East Central Area Plan and the East Area Plan, which is at Planning Board this week, we're approaching the end of the first phase of the Neighborhood Planning Initiative, which was launched about 3 years ago. And our goals for this initiative were to provide every neighborhood in the city an opportunity to come together to create policy guidance that addresses our citywide goals around inclusivity, health, and mobility in a way that makes sense for those neighborhoods. To identify local concerns that are harder to address than on a citywide level, which we did with Blueprint Denver and Comprehensive Plan 2040. And to learn from each of those processes and incorporate those lessons into our future planning. And lastly, to conduct inclusive and responsive community engagement that used every tool available to us to include as many voices as possible throughout the process. We feel that the East Central and the East Plan, as well as the Far Northeast Plan, which was our first NPI adopted last year, we set a strong foundation that we'll continue to build on as we continue our neighborhood planning work around the city. With East Central Area Plan, which we're looking at today, our team will give you a detailed look at the plan and the process, but there's just a few points I wanted to highlight for you. One is that we conducted outreach to residents experiencing homelessness throughout the partnership with service providers, which we had never done before in the planning process. During the public review process, we provided updated drafts 3 times in response to community comments, which is something also new for us. We introduced new tools that provided an online forum for participants to comment directly onto the draft plans and to be able to see each other's comments to help foster collaboration and conversation amongst the community and with our planners. And we accommodated community requests for more time to review the draft plan, and that lengthened our process by a year, which has resulted in a better plan. You know, obviously, as some of you may have followed, we haven't always agreed. And there have been some disagreements amongst the citizens and various stakeholders, but we think that that's part of the process, right? Is to really be able to hear everyone's comments and to take them into the larger pool of what becomes the plan. But I think the plan, as I say, that the plan that is going to be laid out before you today is stronger because it has gone through that rigorous process, and as a result reflects the voices that have participated. So there are lessons that we're taking from this and from the East Area Plan that will inform our plans moving forward, which include doing more to report out on work done by the steering committee. So for greater transparency, building in more time for public review at the end of the process, and continuing to work with partners who can bring new people into the process who have not participated before. We're also creating a language access plan to create more transparency and predictability about translation and interpretation services across all of our work. That is happening for our department. And one of the biggest struggles we have is the cost constraint for translation. And so we feel like this will be able, with this tool, we'll be able to surgically go in and look at how to best utilize interpretation and translation services for the various activities we're doing. I'm grateful and proud of all the work of this CPD team that's put into this plan, as well as the community members who participated, because they care that deeply about their community. And
yeah, we all generally give a flip about where we live.
Make us all proud as Denver residents for that participation. The first public meeting I attended in my tenure as executive director, which is I'm just about a year in, was one of the community workshops at East High School last November for this plan. And there were over 100 people there. There was lots of great conversations happening. People were engaged, respectful, and it just really showed me just how important these plans are and how committed the community is to ensure that they participate in the vision of their of the future of their neighborhood. So I'm really looking forward to continuing to work on this on these plans in other areas of the city, and to continue to build on what we've done in this first phase of the NPI, the Neighborhood Planning Initiative. With that, we'll turn it over to Kurt Upton. And again, just thank you for giving me a few minutes to introduce this at the beginning, and look forward to hearing the conversation later this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Laura. We'll go ahead and have Kurt go ahead and continue with the presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Council President Gilmore and members of Council. Good evening. This is Kurt Upton with Community Planning and Development, here to introduce the staff report for the East Central Area Plan. I'm going to provide a brief overview of the plan structure and the content of the plan, as well as the 3 review criteria that you will use to make a decision on approval. So the East Central area, for those of you who are not familiar, or as a reminder, are the 6 neighborhood statistical areas adjacent to Colfax Avenue and between Broadway and Colorado Boulevard. 4 of the 6 neighborhood statistical areas are in Council District 10.
Where the protest has been.
2 of the neighborhoods are in Council District 9. And that culminates in about 83% of the population in District 10 and 17% in District 9. So the plan is organized around topics and also sub areas or the neighborhoods within the East Central area. So it includes land use and built form that makes recommendations related to zoning and urban design, economy and housing, which has recommendations related to small businesses, jobs, training, and affordable housing. Mobility, which makes recommendations related to infrastructure for bicyclists, pedestrians, transit riders, and quality of life infrastructure that covers landscaping, green infrastructure, the tree canopy, and parks. There's also sections within the plan for each neighborhood statistical area in East Central that gives customized recommendations for the unique attributes of each neighborhood, as well as the Colfax corridor, and finally an implementation section that outlines a work program for short-term and long-term implementation of recommendations. The planning process, as well as the plan content itself, was prepared through an equity lens, and that includes the 3 equity concepts that are in Comprehensive Plan 2040 and Blueprint Denver. That's access to opportunity, vulnerability to displacement, jobs, and housing diversity. And while the plan has a number of recommendations across those comprehensive topics, I'm going to highlight the 6 priority recommendations that consistently rose to the top throughout our planning process. The first is to strengthen the local economy by providing training for jobs in local industries, improving access to employment, and supporting locally owned independent businesses. And that includes partnerships with East Central hospitals. East Central has a number of hospitals both within the area as well as right adjacent to the area along the boundaries. And leveraging this asset of the hospitals to provide more training for residents and affordable housing, particularly for healthcare employees. Secondly, to preserve the independent culture of Colfax by proactively helping small independent businesses survive and thrive during and after Colfax bus rapid transit construction by providing financial and technical assistance. We have also a number of other recommendations to help small locally owned businesses throughout the East Central area, especially during this time of COVID, that can help make sure that we are doing what we can to prevent displacement of those businesses. Second, to make housing more affordable and make more options available to a wide range of families and individuals. And this includes providing a more diverse range of housing options in our neighborhoods, as well as using every tool in the toolbox, including zoning, to address the housing shortage by adding more affordable housing, especially affordable housing that's close to convenient public transit. Third, to improve services for residents experiencing homelessness and to take steps to prevent more people from losing their homes. And this includes a key emphasis on reducing involuntary displacement by preserving the existing affordable housing in the East Central area, as well as enhancing social services to residents experiencing homelessness. A key aspect of this is to preserve the existing income restricted housing, which over the plan horizon, more than half are scheduled to go back online as market rate housing and losing the income restriction that had been put in place. So a key aspect of making East Central more affordable is to permanently preserve the existing affordable housing that we're going to lose. Fourth is to make our streets safer and more comfortable for everyone by improving walking, bicycling, and public transit infrastructure. This includes building high-quality sidewalks and safer crossings along Colfax and the streets immediately adjacent and parallel to Colfax. That includes 13th, 14th, 16th, and 17th, making sure that those streets are much safer to travel along and to cross. The East Central area contains some of our most historic neighborhoods and landmark structures in Denver. And this has been a key priority throughout the process to expand historic preservation by making it easier to reuse existing buildings, creating more historic districts, and ensuring that new buildings, when they are built, are fit in better with our surrounding neighborhoods through contextual design standards. This includes a recommendation to create what's called an adaptive reuse ordinance that helps reduce regulatory barriers for small businesses looking to expand or move into existing buildings, incentivizing preservation of historically significant and character providing buildings, and adopting new standards for quality design and compatibility with adjacent homes. And then sixth, which is the last priority recommendation, is to reduce our carbon pollution and create more climate resilient neighborhoods by providing more opportunities for people to live and work near transit, adding shade trees, and taking a green approach to stormwater management. This includes directing growth near high quality transit and protecting mature trees and focusing and prioritizing tree planting efforts in strategic areas where the tree canopy is deficient. Each neighborhood section that I mentioned earlier also includes what we call a transformative project, where we visualize how some of these recommendations can come together through physical changes in the environment. And so some of them include the District 6 police station redevelopment, key intersections such as Park Avenue, 11th and Ogden, Colfax in Colorado, 17th and Garfield, 13th and Vine, and a new community garden and neighborhood park in the Congress Park neighborhood. The implementation section categorizes our recommendations into three buckets. One, the regulatory topic, public infrastructure and partnerships and programs. And again, this will set up our implementation program that will start once the plan is adopted. So now I'll get into the three review criteria that are used to evaluate approval of area plans. The first is that it is an inclusive community process. Second, that it's consistent with the vision, goals, and strategies of Comprehensive Plan 2040. And third, that the plan demonstrates a long-term view. So first, I'll talk about the inclusive community process. As Laura mentioned, this was a 3-year process, which is longer than we usually take for area plans, quite a bit longer. We extended the process by a full year because stakeholders and other community residents asked for additional time to do outreach, asked for additional time to review materials throughout the process. And we agreed with that and we granted those extensions. The process was robust. Over 3,500 participants weighed in at our workshops and online, and we received over 10,000 comments throughout this period. This included 6 community-wide workshops, 14 focus group meetings where we met with topic-based experts in priority topics such as affordable housing, small businesses, walking and bicycling, and 11 online surveys and activities. All of our community workshops had an online equivalent. So if you couldn't make the workshop, you could always take the same exact activities on our website using online tools. We had 30 steering committee meetings. We met 24 times with RNOs and other community groups. We had 6 office hours sessions where we allowed anyone who wanted to ask any questions or provide additional feedback in more of a one-on-one environment, the opportunity to do so. And we met with community members out in their neighborhoods to do field surveys of important locations within the East Central area. Our outreach included 23 CPD newsletters, 3 Denver Planning Board meetings that were on television. We flyered and put pop-up events at 81 locations where printed materials were provided and people were able to answer questions and provide comments. And we had at least 8 stories in the local media that included the Denver Post, Denver 7, 9 News, and Fox 31. Community outreach also included language access services, as Laura mentioned. We had Spanish language interpretation, food and childcare at every community workshop. We also hired 2 additional planners just for this project who were completely fluent and bilingual that were made available at the workshops for anyone who needed that assistance. So not only professional interpretation, but bilingual planners that could help people who needed those services do the activities. Multiple staff members from our consultant team were also bilingual as well. All of our flyers that we distributed throughout the East Central area, which included libraries, rec centers, schools, apartment buildings, businesses, all of those flyers were printed both in English and Spanish. All of our electronic communication, web materials, online activities are compatible with smartphones. They're all ADA accessible, and they're all available for auto translation. And in some instances, people mentioned that they had difficulty accessing the plan document or other materials online. And so by request, we did create print copies and delivered print copies of materials to those individuals that needed that. One of the things that I think our team is proud of that we did in this community outreach process was we set up a demographic tracking system from the very beginning of the process. And we did that not just to be able to report out at the end of the process who we reached, but we looked at that data throughout the process at each milestone, and in order to identify the demographic gaps and who we were not hearing from in the East Central area. So we would look at the demographic forms that were submitted both in our in-person meetings and online, and we would compare that data to the census demographics of the East Central area. And consistently throughout the process, the most underrepresented group were younger, lower income renters, particularly in the Capitol Hill neighborhood. With that, we did targeted outreach to help fill some of those gaps. We did a number of meetings at apartment buildings, such as the residences at Franklin Park, Renaissance Uptown Lofts. As Laura mentioned, for the first time in our department's history that we're aware of anyway, we partnered with service providers Christ in the City, and we did direct outreach to residents in the East Central area who are experiencing homelessness. That input we received from those residents was directly informed our social services recommendations in the plan. We did targeted outreach at schools, and we had a partnership with Councilman Hines' office, who used his own resources and his own staff to hold a series of over a dozen additional meetings focused on younger, lower income renters in Cap Hill. So the draft plan itself, so after the multiple years of engagement that I just summarized, we put out a draft plan document. And just on the draft plan document, we had over 300 residents weigh in and place comments within that document for suggestions. So we got over 3,000 comments on our different drafts of the plan, and we produced 3 of them. Most of those comments were smaller changes, but we did make over 100 substantive policy changes in response to that participation on the draft plan document. We're also very keen on transparency. We put every single comment that we received online, and they're all on our website. And we went to the length of responding to every single comment, and those responses are on our website as well. The planning board unanimously approved the East Central plan at their September 2nd meeting with 2 clarity and correctness conditions. 7 members of the public spoke in support of the plan, and 3 spoke in opposition to the plan at the planning board hearing. So with that, we staff find that the East Central area plan meets the first criteria, that it was developed through an inclusive public process. The second criteria, plan consistency with Comprehensive Plan 2040. This is in your staff report, but the 6 vision elements of Comprehensive Plan 2040 that provide the organizing framework for that plan are included as an organizing principle in the East Central plan. We expanded on the vision statements in each of these domains, each of these topic areas, and found consistency with numerous goals and strategies where we expanded upon those goals and vision statements and strategies, or clarified or customized those visions, goals, and strategies within the East Central area. Likewise, Blueprint Denver has an organizing framework of 3 major topic areas: land use and built form, mobility, and quality of life infrastructure. The East Central plan has all 3 of these topics in the plan, and we've expanded upon and are consistent with many of those policies within those 3 topic areas. There's a number of maps that are in Blueprint Denver the future places, which is the land use designations, the growth strategy, the equity concepts, the modal priority maps. All of these maps were created within the East Central Plan and will update Blueprint Denver's comprehensive maps upon adoption. So with that, we do find that the plan is, the East Central Plan is consistent with both Comprehensive Plan 2040 and Blueprint Denver. And then the last criteria is that the plan has a long-term view. So the East Central Plan has a 2040 planning horizon. It establishes that longer-term view to maintain the look and feel of established residential neighborhoods while accommodating growth and strategically directing that growth to centers and corridors that are well served by high-quality transit. The vision will take many years to achieve. It is ambitious. And so we do find that the East Central Area Plan has the appropriate long-term perspective. So with that, our staff recommendation is that the East Central Plan is recommended for approval, having met the review criteria. And that concludes my presentation.
That was terrible.
All right. Thank you very much. We have 32 speakers, and we have a 1 hour time slot scheduled to hear from the public. And so we will go ahead and dive right in. Want to remind speakers that they have 3 minutes each. And if you could maybe limit your comments, or if folks have already spoke on a certain portion of the plan, maybe you let that stand in the record and allow, that would help us get more speakers into the queue. And so our first speaker that we have is Molly McKinley.
Good evening, Council. My name is Molly McKinley. I live in the Cheeseman Park neighborhood, and I serve as the vice chair of the Denver Streets Partnership, a coalition of community organizations advocating for people-friendly streets in Denver, the vested stake in ensuring our city is healthy, safe, and accessible to everyone regardless of how they get around. Our support for the adoption of the East Central Area Plan. We're pleased to see that many aspects of the area-wide mobility recommendations in the East Central Area Plan will support the creation of more people-friendly streets consistent with the Comprehensive Plan 2040 and Blueprint Denver. We strongly endorse the mode share and traffic safety goals and focus on creating bold changes to the mobility system by repurposing street space along key corridors, prioritize safe and accessible walking, biking, rolling, and transit. On the shared streets in the East Central area, which were implemented earlier this spring in response to the pandemic, we've seen the philosophy of if you build it, they will come, really come to life. We've seen all kinds of folks, from people rollerblading, people walking and running, and my favorite, which has been kids learning to ride bikes, take to these newly arranged public spaces. That's just what we've seen on a few streets. Imagine if we expand spaces and opportunities for walking, biking, rolling, and transit as outlined throughout the East Central Area Plan. That'll be a huge part of how we'll meet our citywide mode share and traffic safety goals. People-friendly streets built not only from street designs that support walking, biking, rolling, and transit, but also land use and development patterns that make these transportation modes accessible and practical ways for people to reach their daily destinations. Denver Streets Partnership therefore strongly endorses the recommendations in the plan for increased density along Colfax and other transit corridors. Allowing density near transit maximizes the number of people who can access the service and use it on a regular basis, which expands the benefit of existing and future transit investments. Further, two of the most significant household expenses are housing and transportation. Building affordable housing units near transit ensures people who need it the most have access and can significantly reduce transportation costs for cost-burdened households, which make up 36% of households in the East Central area. Density that allows people to live close to their daily destinations also makes walking and biking a realistic option, getting from place to place rather than forcing people to live so far away that driving is the only practical option to get where they need to go. The Denver Streets Partnership urges you to adopt this plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jesse Morale.
Okay. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, Jesse.
My name is Jesse Morielli, and I am the president of the 7th Avenue Neighborhood Association. And I'm here tonight to represent the interests and desires of our members and board. I apologize if my presentation leaves something to be desired. That's a little disconcerting, this format. I would like to start by saying I'd be remiss not to voice the frustration of our RNO and our neighboring RNOs about the East Central Area Plan. And the fact that we're at this point already, despite immense opposition that the CPD has been informed of and concern that we voiced. While we're glad to have the opportunity to make our voices heard, we do have serious concerns that the city's adoption of this plan has been a predetermined outcome, and that the process that's been put in place that Mr. Upton just described to develop it was more window dressing than actually gathering neighborhoods' input and support, and that the content of the plan has always been determined, and no input from us has really been considered. What I'm here to say specifically is that I have been authorized by a unanimous vote of our members to oppose the adoption of the East Central Area Plan for a variety of reasons, but mainly because we believe that the plan represents the city putting into place directions to other city agencies that would, one, compromise at best, but in and around our neighborhoods. It also proposes to increase residential density without considering or resolving in advance the impact this increased density would have on our infrastructure, with specific concerns in our group regarding the negative impact on our schools. Finally, we believe the plan prioritizes the interests of developers and other business at the cost of residents and residential property owners. So in addition to those things, I'd like to say that we also have some serious concerns and real complaints about the process that's been followed. But to understand our opposition, I think that some background and support is warranted. First of all, SANA, which is the 7th Avenue Neighborhood Association, was never notified of this plan. I think we represent a significant part of the area outlined in the plan, but we were never asked to participate in the process. We were never notified of the process, and our input was never asked for. Despite never being notified of the planning process or included in any way until we found out about it independently, the SANA board and all of our members have been actively engaged on these issues, and we've done our best to represent ourselves.
Thank you. That's the time we have allotted. Thank you for speaking on this tonight. Next up, we have Gisela Camacho.
Okay.
Sí, buenas noches. Yo vivo en la colonia City Park en Denver y no domino muy bien el inglés. Por eso contraté un intérprete. Soy una de las varias personas que hablamos español que nos dejaron fuera del plan del área central este. Me enteré del plan por medio de un compañero de una mamá de un compañero de la escuela de mi niño. Me preocupa que el lugar donde vivo lo derrumben y luego construyan viviendas con rentas muy caras que yo no podría pagar, y que las compañías que administran lugares así no les gusta rentarnos a personas como yo. La información que tienen en español en el portal es muy poca y a la fecha no tengo idea de lo que dice el plan y todavía quiero ser parte de este esfuerzo. El 18 de agosto le envié un correo a los planificadores de la ciudad. Israel Cruz me contestó poniendo trabas para que participara, diciendo que no tenían intérpretes y que la reunión estaba abierta para que yo participara. Israel Cruz me dijo que asistiera a la reunión en septiembre con la mesa de planificación. Yo llamé a la reunión con la ayuda de una amiga, llamé para ver qué tanto entendía de lo que decían, a pesar de no saber qué decir, ya que no sé lo que dice el plan exactamente. No pude entender nada. Me hubiera gustado participar en nombre de mi comunidad. Quiero preguntar, ¿por qué la ciudad no tiene el plan disponible en otros idiomas? ¿Por qué la ciudad nos complica a personas como yo que podamos participar? Siento que mi voz no les importa a ustedes y siento la motivación de presentar una queja. Vengo a decirles el día de hoy que ya es hora de que incluyan a todos en esta gestación cuando personas como yo queremos participar. Considérenme cuando voten el día de hoy y consideren posponer su voto hasta que este plan que incluya a personas como yo. Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you, Ms. Camacho. We unfortunately did not have the request for an interpreter tonight. And so asking any of my colleagues on the meeting if they would be willing to do a quick summary of Ms. Camacho's points for us. Or we'll have to end up and just let it stand. Oh, Councilwoman Seda Baca?
I'm happy to do a quick overview.
Of course you are, Candy.
That, she found out about the plan from a parent of her student. She has tried to engage and at multiple junctures has been unable to engage because of a lack of interpretation. She feels very reluctant about or hesitant about this plan because of the fears of displacement. And she hopes that you all will listen to her and people like her and make these meetings more conducive to people like her. If I left anything else, jump in.
Ms. Camacho, thank you so much for being here tonight. And I think we got the interpretation. Thank you, Councilwoman Seda Baca. And we apologize about that. We usually have a heads up regarding the interpretation. So thank you, Ms. Camacho. Next up, we have Kristen Ferguson.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kristen Ferguson. I live in Congress Park. It's hard to think about how to summarize what you think about a 300-page document in 3 minutes or less, but I guess I'll try. I am personally excited about the guidance in the plan that is being presented. I think it is forward-thinking. It's anticipating the growth in our city. It's trying to support some of the city goals.
But why can't we anticipate the growth in unemployment and unhoused?
Really
why?
I'm excited about. I live at the intersection of 11th and Steel, and Steel Street is suggested to be a neighborhood bikeway, which I think would be really great. I'm hoping that by making it that there will be some traffic calming adjustments. I live at an intersection that's a little bit offset, and there's a lot of confusion about what happens when people get to that intersection because it's 2 stop signs. It's only a 2-way stop sign. And so I'm hoping that through this plan that there are opportunities to make our intersection safer. Steel is a cut through because it goes all the way from 17th all the way down to Sherry Creek. And so I'm excited to continue to be able to walk, ride my bike, push the stroller with my kids, and see the city densify in a way that is safe and inclusive for our families. So I've been happy to see some of the changes or clarifications made as people have expressed concerns. But as a Denver resident, I am excited about some of the vision that's been cast and appreciate the work that many people in this call have been doing to make it safer and more inclusive. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson. Up next, we have Mark Spear.
Hi, my name is Mark Spear, and I'm an elected volunteer board member of the 7th Avenue Neighborhood Association, and I've been authorized by our board to speak on Santa's behalf. I have lived within the Santa boundaries for the past 15 years. The ECAP process was woefully inadequate for even the most privileged residents. It was not an inclusive community process in any way. We just heard from Kurt Upton that the outreach was targeted to younger, lower income renters in Capitol Hill, not to homeowners, not to older or longer term renters, and not to the other 5 neighborhoods that the plan covers. For example, Santa was completely overlooked during the ECAP notification process. Individual residents in the Congress Park neighborhood of our RNO were not notified. Santa was not asked to engage our members, nor was it given any budget to do so. If the plan had not been extended as was described earlier this evening, Santa would not have even heard of it until after it had passed. That said, time for public review and comment is worthless without a process for incorporating that feedback. Last fall, after Congress Park neighborhood alerted Santa to the plan, Santa did engage CPD during the planning process, and CPD was present for one of the largest meetings in the history of our RNO in October of last year. CPD presented ECAP, answered questions, heard our concerns, and then promptly disregarded them all in subsequent plan revisions, with the exception of the correction of what they said at the time was a typo that had 7th Avenue labeled as a transit priority street. Later, CPD mischaracterized that as a, quote, concession to Santa. Their change currently labels the 7th Avenue Parkway as a collector street, defined as, quote, streets whose main function is to collect movement from local streets and convey it to arterial streets, end quote. Anyone who knows the 7th Avenue Parkway knows that this is not an accurate characterization of what is likely the street most used for recreation in the entire city. Although Santa is comprised of 2 pieces of census neighborhoods, the 2 southernmost blocks of Congress Park and the 2 northernmost blocks of Country Club, our neighborhood is truly defined by the 7th Avenue Parkway, not those census designations. The Parkway is such a significant feature that CPD included all of the Parkway in ECAP, even the section from York to Williams, which lies outside of the ECAP boundaries. Residents who live near ECAP are now being told that they are not affected by ECAP and they are misinformed, with the implication that their concerns are not relevant. I urge City Council to understand that residents both within and near ECAP are most definitely affected by the plan, especially when the city discusses increasing density in areas that already have overcrowded schools.
Thank you, sir. That's the time we have allotted. Next up, we have Frank Locatori.
Hi, thank you, Madam President. My name is Frank Locatori. I am a resident of City Park West and within Council District 9. I'm also the steering committee chair for the East Central Area Plan. I'm speaking to you wearing those hats, but as many of you know, I'm also the executive director of the Colfax Ave Business Improvement District. As a city council, you've recently adopted the citywide comprehensive plan, and there's nothing in this plan that runs counter to that. For that reason and more, I encourage you to vote to adopt the East Central Area Plan. One example is that these plans are conducted because it's a way that we can help identify where there are projects and ideas that intersect and understand those synergies. I'll give 2 examples. One, there's a recommendation around change of use or adaptive reuse. For instance, many locally owned small businesses are inhibited and in some cases intimidated to even start new businesses on existing properties if they're going to change the use from, let's say, selling tires to selling tacos, because it will require hundreds of thousands of dollars of improvements. By revising these change of use regulations, it'll make it easier for local small businesses, but it'll also protect the potentially historic buildings from demolition and thereby prevent the demolished concrete and rebar from going to landfills. Therefore, it's a win for small businesses, for preservation, and for sustainability, a triple win. Another example is the District 6 Police Station. It's been identified in this plan as a transformational site that's ripe for infill development, which could provide housing. It can provide community centers, perhaps even outposts for the STAR program. And retail and small businesses might even be able to have space for themselves or incubator space. That's a quadruple win. And if we layer in there that it will enhance transit success by directing growth to the corridors and also reduce pressure to build within the neighboring communities, that's wins number 5 and 6. These are just a couple of examples from the plan. In the end, the steering committee voted 7-2 in support. 5 of those voting in support came from residents. All of the members of the steering committee are property owners. The community also clearly spoke in support, as evidenced by the thousands of comments and thousands of people that provided 107 substantive recommendation adjustments, all of which enjoyed at least a majority support and in most cases overwhelming support. So I encourage, I'll be here all night if you want to ask clarifying questions. I encourage you to vote to support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Joella Untied. I'm sorry, Joella, I probably mispronounced
It's okay, it's
your
Untied.
name.
That's fine. Fine. Thank you for your time. I'm Joe Untied. I reside at 1915 East 22nd Avenue and have for 35 years. I'm also the president of City Park West RNO, but tonight I speak to you as a resident. I'm very concerned for our community, and I want to ask everyone, what are we doing? We have all heard the city explanation that this process has been going on for 3 years. There has been outreach and more than enough time for comments, but I'm here to tell you long-term minority residents have been totally left out of this process. In February, a civil rights violation was suggested by City Park West. The city postponed the comment period and developed an outreach plan with our RNO. Then COVID hit. They could not complete their efforts. Yet, when questioned about this at Denver planning meetings, staff read a list of outreach efforts, including schools, churches, service providers. This outreach was not done in our neighborhood. In fact, we asked CPD, as advised by a city council person, to provide the list of outreach and the dates. We received a list of restaurants and local businesses where flyers were dropped off, few of whom are visited by minority populations. Individual neighborhoods were not involved in the creation of these plans. There was no outreach to Black-owned businesses, churches, residents to gain their perspective or input. Rather, the planning document was developed by a paid consulting firm who then sought public input. Most individual neighborhood plans were discarded. Our neighborhood has a rich Afro-American history. Families have owned their properties for over 100 years. The words of an 80-year-old Black woman who's my neighbor said, "I remember when no one in the city gave a damn about this neighborhood. Now the land is worth something." There is a politically appointed, quite honestly, very white steering committee with no public involvement, no way for anyone to get involved who is new, do not take comments, and they take a vote to decide on which public comments are made to the plan. Numerous people, myself included, have made comments that fell on deaf ears. We have an affordable housing and homeless crisis occurring right now in Denver. City Park West convened a group of nonprofit affordable housing developers, the true affordable housing developers. That was an overwhelming consensus that upzoning does not create affordable housing. Quite the contrary, it increases property values, and 4 stories are too cost prohibitive to build affordable housing. We are experiencing a pandemic and civil unrest not seen since the 1960s. Our area in Northeast Denver has one of the highest COVID rates in the city. Households might not have computers and have no interest in civics at this horrible time. So I ask you, is this a plan of the people? Is it fair to all?
Thank you. Next up, we have Elizabeth Chester.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Chester, and I am a Congress Park resident and also the chair of the Congress Park Safe Streets Committee. I do want to pre-apologize. I have a toddler in the background really into banging pots. So if it's loud, let me know. This is kind of dinner time. But I just wanted to show my support for the East Central Area Plan tonight. I guess I didn't have as many comments prepared as everyone else, but there's 3 main points I kind of wanted to hit. One, talking about the process, and I know there's mixed reviews on this, but from my perspective, I thought that the process was incredibly inclusive. And Kurt and Scott, thank you for responding 100% of the time to any questions, showing up 100% of the time to all of our meetings, answering any questions. I also wanted to show my support specifically as it relates to the safety and mobility section. I feel like this aligns really well with Vision Zero, and not only did you listen to us, but you actually took a plan that our committee had worked on throughout a year of public process on our Congress Park group, and you took that plan, reviewed it, and incorporated it throughout the plan. So that's really exciting for me to see some of our work that we did at the neighborhood level to be incorporated into an adopted plan. So thank you for that. I think one of our members on our committee, Brad, actually mentioned this, and I think this is just a really telling example. But I'm super passionate about making crossings safer. I have a child and a dog, and just the simple things in life of being able to cross the street and not be fearful of crossing, 6th, 8th, 13th, 14th, which have been mentioned. And he used the example, try to hold the hand of a 5-year-old and walk across 6th Avenue and make it in time, and you can't. And this plan really starts looking at some of those issues and how to make those simple things safer, which will add so much to our lives. And I think also many of the other sections I'm very supportive of as well, but did just kind of want to speak to the mobility and safety issue this evening, because this plan isn't as much about for me, but more for my child and future generations to come. And so thank you for all of your hard work and thoughtfulness. And again, I'm sorry it's a little loud here, but I support the Central Area Plan. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you, Elizabeth, and thanks for the work that you're doing at home, and the youngest participant we've had in the Curtis public hearing. So
being a working mom is a little tricky to attend these things. So thank you guys so much for understanding the noise.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, next up we have Miles Tangelin.
Yes, thank you, everyone. I hope you can hear me. So my name is Miles Tangelin, and I'm a 20-year resident of Congress Park. I live on Cook Street, and I was appointed to the ECAP steering committee by Councilman Wayne, New District 10, and I've participated with the committee for the last 3 years. I have past committee experience serving on Denver Wright Parks and Rec, Dr. Cog, as well as I continue to serve on the Colfax Connects BRT Task Force. The steering committee began in July 2017, and during that and subsequent meetings, I continually asked about our community engagement plan, how we would reach out, what we would term success, and how we would measure it. I also made CPD aware that a lot of the RNOs meet bi-monthly, so organizing would take some time. There was never any response to those comments or questions. It was only until CPD rolled out the completed community engagement plan in early 2019 that was to be completed and adopted 10 or 11 months later. This timeline did not allow for organized meetings, as draft plans were released later that summer. The plan timeline was extended in small additions, which also did not help with effective community organization. There were some other topics that basically this plan did not look into, or information was not released to the committee or the public. The committee had requested BRT traffic studies to understand the impacts of BRT on this corridor, as well as the neighborhoods and adjacent arterials. This would be needed to understand how design, parking, and incentivized high-density locations would be impacting each other. Also, Colfax Connects was expecting the BRT alternate station locations they had discussed to be brought up to the public. This planning process decided not to touch on those topics. And so, again, Colfax Connects with their CDs was hoping to get direction from this plan. We also had requested parking studies, and it was only at the last meeting of the planning, of the steering committee, that CPD said we will release the parking studies. We were hoping to understand how all of this fit together. There were some protected bikeways being proposed on 14th Avenue, and then there would be traffic diverted on either arterials as BRT is implemented. So we were concerned about that. There was also questions about sun shadow studies. And we were basically told, we give you an example and we basically satisfied that. But actually there was extensive study and these buildings existed, but they were never presented to the public. So a few of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Miles. Next up, I believe we have Dmitry Zavrotsky. I'll let you correct me, Dmitry. We're going to go ahead and get you promoted into the panelists.
All right, hi, my name is Dmitry Zavarotny, and I live in Council District 10 in the North Capitol Hill neighborhood. I'm speaking to you tonight as a resident of Denver for close to 15 years, and I'm also a delegate of the Chun RNO, which has officially endorsed the plan, and a board member of EMB Denver, which also supports the plan. However, I'm speaking on my own behalf. I'm here to urge you to vote to support the East Central Area Plan. I have followed the plan for over 3 years by going to the numerous public workshops, open steering committee meetings, Councilman Hines' sessions, and meetings that I've helped organize via my role as a delegate of the Chun RNO. While the plan doesn't go far enough to meet our housing needs and transportation and environmental goals, I believe that it does move the needle in the right direction. By allowing more density along transit corridors, closer to offices and commercial centers, we allow people to live more sustainably, reduce reliance on carbon spewing and street space hogging automobiles, make the city more fiscally sustainable, and provide for more housing where housing is greatly needed. While COVID-19 is of great concern today, this plan's goal is to make the East Central area one of the most walkable places in the city by 2040, meeting and exceeding the goals of Blueprint Denver and Comprehensive Plan 2040. One point of concern is that the most affluent communities, such as the Congress Park neighborhood, were essentially able to make themselves exempt from any change and keep the majority of their neighborhood largely unchanged. This creates undue redevelopment pressure on the rest of the city, especially communities most affected by gentrification. We can't allow the 1%ers of Denver to bend neighborhood planning initiative to their wills at the expense of everyone else. While flawed, this plan overall is still redeemable and should be passed with future tweaks to make it more fair. Thank you for your time, and please vote in support of the East Central Area Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Mary Coddington.
Hi, my name is Mary Coddington, and I'm here today on behalf of the Neighborhood Development Collaborative, a group of 17 affordable housing providers and service providers that coordinate efforts to address the entire spectrum of housing needs across our community. The Neighborhood Development Collaborative supports the East Central Area Plan and encourages City Council to approve it. We support the plan for the following reasons. Community input on this plan was compared with the demographics of the plan area, and planners targeted further outreach to get a more representative voice, including those of renters and people experiencing homelessness. This type of engagement is crucial to break away from patterns that entrench inequities, including planning only for those who are already economically secure. Building on this style of engagement, one of the plan recommendations is to empower underrepresented residents to be more involved in collaborative and city government. This recommendation specifically calls out the need to eliminate structural racism in the planning process and increase the involvement of Black, Brown, and Indigenous residents. As we work to improve inclusivity, City Council at times may need to push back on voices that have traditionally held power in the city. Community feedback indicated that the East Central area currently benefits young professionals and to a lesser extent families, but far fewer people indicated the area was supportive for senior or low-income residents. The plan remedies that through multiple recommendations that address housing affordability in ways that are responsive to neighborhood contexts. Some of these include the allowance of accessory dwelling units, offering resources to support rehab for small multi-unit properties in exchange for affordability commitments, and leveraging height incentives as a way to encourage the development of more affordable housing at transit stops. That last piece is an important tool to increase overall housing stock, as well as encourage the development of more affordable housing options in places with access to employment centers. This is key for neighborhood stability. More than 1/3 of East Central area residents are housing cost burdened, and the only way to get out of that housing cost burden is to have access to higher paying jobs. Additional recommendations that address this issue include the preservation of local businesses and connecting residents to job training. The plan includes several other recommendations to stabilize existing residents at risk of involuntary displacement, including exploring options for residents to age in place, options to increase home ownership, and alternative tenure options such as housing land trusts. There's an overwhelming need for more affordable housing options in the city. And the equity-focused recommendations in this plan offer important tools to meet that challenge. Again, the Neighborhood Development Collaborative urges City Council to adopt the East Central Area Plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Pam Packer. Hi, my name is Pam Packer, and I'm a resident of Congress Park. I live at the corner of 9th and Steele. And although I don't agree with all aspects of the plan, one piece of the plan that I'm really happy about is the potential designation of Steele and potentially 9th Avenue being designated as high comfort bikeways. I think this is a move in the right direction for the livability of our neighborhood and our community. And I just feel like, as another person mentioned earlier, how Steele seems to be a corridor for a lot of traffic, and we do feel like creating this high comfort bikeway will encourage more people to ride their bikes and be safe on the roads when they're doing so. So I do support that aspect of the plan, and I look forward to the final vote at the end of this hearing. Thank you. All right, thank you, Pam. Next up, we have Emily Clark. And we're going to go ahead and you might have to unmute yourself, Emily.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. My name is Emily Clark. I live in Denver in Council District 9 and in the South City Park neighborhood. I'm speaking to you tonight as a resident of South City Park in Denver and not as a representative of any other affiliation that I have. I urge you to vote in support of the East Central Area Plan. I have followed this plan fairly well because I'm involved in my R&O and have attended many meetings over the past couple of years. The East Central Plan is in the urban core, and there are many benefits to the increased density that the plan proposes. The proposed height increase is appropriate, and intermittently along Colfax is the best place for it. I think this plan provides a good balance of housing options, including low income, without losing the heart of our current neighborhoods. This plan continues to thoughtfully make our neighborhoods even more walkable and bikeable, which is what many of us living in this area seek. Lastly, I'd just like to thank the city for everything it's done over the last few years to inform all levels of community and solicit feedback about this important plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Jesse Paris. And you might need to unmute yourself, Jesse.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead, Jesse.
What's the deal with this? I'm neither for or against this. I'm glad to see that you are supporting various forms of housing that people can actually afford. So I'm definitely in favor of that. So yeah, that's the only thing I want to say that I'm in favor of on this. But like I said, I'm neither for or against this. I'm just glad to see that the city is taking the initiative to detail what affordable housing looks like, because that term is thrown around a lot. And we know firsthand that the city is not affordable anymore, and the housing in the city is not affordable anymore. So see that in this East Central Area Plan, after 3 years of surveys and research, the city has finally admitted that affordable housing needs to be a priority, and it really should be attainable housing, because it's not affordable, but it's a start. So that's all I had to say. So like I said, I'm neither for or against this. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
All right, thank you, Jesse. Next up, we have Sean Mandel.
Hi, my name is Sean Mandel, and I'm sorry my video isn't working, but I'm speaking on behalf of the Bluebird Business Improvement District. I would like to recommend that City Council approve the plan. The Bluebird Business Improvement District sent a letter on September 28th in support of the plan. We specifically like that the Main Street zoning and the changes to the Main Street zoning will allow smaller lots to be redeveloped, will allow a little more flexibility for the type of new development that we can do along Colfax. And I think that it goes a long way to support economic development along the corridor. So again, we recommend support of the plan.
All right, thank you. Brad Siegel is up next.
Good evening, Denver City Council. My name is Brad Siegel. I reside on the 1200 block of Detroit Street in the Congress Park neighborhood. I'm wearing 3 hats tonight. The first hat is I am president of Progressive Urban Management Associates, the lead consulting firm that's been assisting the city help develop the plan. Our firm has managed 13 subcontractors for this project, all experts in their field, and 12 of the 13 firms are based in Denver. Many of the consultants, like myself, live in the neighborhoods that are affected by these plans. Number 2 hat is I am a Denver native and a 29-year homeowner in Congress Park. My wife and I have raised 2 boys here. They attended DPS schools, including Teller, Maury, and East, all located within the plan area. And my 3rd hat is I'm a small business owner. I employ 7 persons located at Colfax and Marion in the North Capitol Hill neighborhood. I'll just make 2 quick comments that haven't been mentioned. One is I do want to highlight that the East Central Area Plan is the first neighborhood plan in Denver to offer strong recommendations for encouraging affordable housing and ways to protect and preserve small community-serving businesses. The economy section of the plan, which really focuses on preventing displacement, is a strong precedent for the rest of the city. And the second comment I'll make is that COVID-19 and the pandemic create urgency to approve and start implementing the plan. Many of its recommendations could assist in economic recovery and also improve the quality of life in all of these neighborhoods. Thank you for your consideration. I'll remain available throughout your deliberations tonight if I can provide any additional information.
All right, thank you, Brad. Next up, we have Kevin Matthews.
Hi, my name is Kevin Matthews. I'm a Congress Park resident. I live at 10th and Madison. I've been following the plan for the last 3 years. Overall, the plan is okay, but I wish there were some things that were stronger. I recognize that plans like these are compromises, but we're often compromising on things that we can no longer afford to compromise on. So my biggest concern is what kind of world my son is going to inherit and the growing climate crisis. We have to cut carbon emissions in half this decade and do it again the following decade and again after that. The current recommendations in this plan, so Denver's own mobility goals are to call for 30% of commuters walking, biking, or taking transit by 2030 and 50% by 2050. I don't think these goals are strong enough for Denver overall. The East Central Area goal is 50% of commuters using non-car options by 2040. Considering our close adjacency to downtown, I wish these were a little bit stronger, closer to 70 to 80%. But I do agree with a couple of the other Congress Park residents who've spoken up tonight, appreciating some of the traffic calming and the neighborhood bikeways. The other thing I wanted to mention is that, I think one of the real missed opportunities when you look at carbon emissions, the Capitol Hill neighborhood has the second lowest emissions per household in Denver. And we're going to need neighborhoods that look a lot more like it. One of the things I see in Congress Park right now is, the only development that's really going on is kind of the pop top, where you have your old bungalows that are that are basically doubling in size as a single family home. Some of them are 3,000, 3,500 square feet. And as soon as you do that, that's $1 million home. And that is that's a large missed opportunity from both a climate standpoint and an affordability standpoint. I have friends now who rent, who would love to buy a home in Congress Park but can't afford it. One of these friends, he's a vice president of IT at a bank. He's a person of means. I had some young neighbors of mine who just moved out of the neighborhood and bought a house in Cole because it was more affordable. And so when we talk about Denver's growth, which we're going to see a lot of in the next couple decades, we got to figure out, where it's going to go. Are we only going to point it at the inverted L, or are the rich neighborhoods going to do their share? So I hope you adopt this. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we've got 12 speakers left and about 15 minutes left of our 1 hour courtesy public hearing. And so just wanted to remind folks, if comments have already been made, if you could limit your comments so we can hopefully get through all the speakers who have signed up tonight. And so next up, we've got Anna DeWitt.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anna DeWitt. I'm a Denver teacher, and I live in D10. I'm also a dues-paying member of the Santa 7th Avenue Parkway RNO and the CPN Congress Park RNO. These RNOs do not speak for me, nor was I asked to vote on this matter from my RNOs. I'm here because I support the ECAP, and I encourage council to do the same. I followed the East Central Area Plan very closely, and I've attended several public meetings. As a Denver teacher and a mother of a toddler, I was impressed by the effort to include more bike paths in Central Denver. I want my students and my daughter to be able to travel safely to and from school. I was also impressed that though Congress Park has been given the designation of historical significance under the plan, it would still be easier for homeowners to build an ADU or a granny flat. I want more diversity for Central Denver, and adding cheaper and more affordable housing options is a great way to start allowing more neighbors in our neighborhood. Now, as an active union member involved in the teaching community, I try to look at these plans with the eyes of how will this affect my fellow teachers and my students, especially those most marginalized. I remember quite vividly that a man shouted out at a public meeting that our schools cannot contain more students. So let's talk about that. I wish I could show you charts, but bear with me when I start talking numbers. Overall, the city of Denver and the schools of Denver are experiencing segregation. 75% of Central Denver's elementary students are white. And of course they are. 75% of Central Denver residents are white. If we want our schools to equalize, or in other words, integrate, 55.5% of the Denver population would have to relocate to different neighborhoods. Don't we want to send our children to schools that are diverse? The East Central Area Plan could help integrate our neighborhoods and therefore our schools because it allows for more affordable housing options. Also, almost every single school in Central Denver has a projected 5% decrease in enrollment, and that was before COVID. Central Denver needs more families with children living here. And yes, though class sizes are too large, that does not have to do with enrollment. It has to do with how DPS allocates money to their schools. At a time when DPS is experiencing massive budget cuts, more students in our schools equal more funding to our schools, and ECAP addresses that. I urge you all to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ellen Idelson. And Ellen, you might have to unmute yourself.
Good evening. I'm Ellen Idelson. I'm a resident of Denver, and I'm representing Historic Denver. Historic Denver supports the East Central Area Plan, which includes many of Denver's oldest neighborhoods and a rich collection of historic buildings and places. The plan reflects the value the community gives to historic buildings and places and the importance of preserving them, which is essential to a vibrant, inclusive, and authentic Denver. Priorities to preserve and reuse significant buildings, encourage preservation within neighborhoods and along corridors, adopt adaptive reuse ordinance, and support small local businesses are all consistent with the Historic Denver's values. Historic Denver appreciates that the Discover Denver data has been used to document the rich collection of historic structures throughout the plan area. The land use and built form tool use of both historic and existing buildings. The transportation recommendations must protect the historic parkways that are an essential part of the area and provide much needed green space and encourage neighborhood gathering and informal recreation. Of course, no plan is successful without thoughtful, coordinated, and consistent implementation. Historic Denver stands ready to assist in developing criteria to establish eligibility for incentives such as a housing unit bonus. Again, Historic Denver is pleased to support the East Central Area Plan and its thoughtful preservation and building reuse strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Travis Leaker.
Thank you so much. My name is Travis Leiker, and I'm president of the board of directors for Capitol Hill United Neighborhoods. CHUN, as it's affectionately known as, is Denver's largest and oldest registered neighborhood organization that has a footprint in both District 9 and District 10 for City Council. And we're here tonight, and I'm authorized to speak on behalf of our organization to express our support for the East Central Area Plan. And we cite just a few reasons for our support. First, community engagement is paramount to successfully planning neighborhoods for future generations. And after nearly 10,000 online comments, 54 community meetings, and myriad focus groups, we feel that the city planners have done an adequate job, if not more than an adequate job, of engaging the community. Secondly, preserving historic architectural assets is essential to maintaining neighborhood character. And we're thrilled to see that this plan incorporates exciting and new innovative uses for many of our city's oldest treasured structures. Third, bringing Denverites together at the local level makes our community stronger. The plan is comprehensive and provides a framework by which creating new neighborhood gathering spots will be central to the future of the city and for this neighborhood. In 2019, CHUN reaffirmed its commitment to environmental sustainability. We are thrilled to see that trees, climate-appropriate landscaping, and preserving Denver's tree canopy will be a part of this future plan. And then CHUN joins thought partners like the Denver Streets Partnership in a shared mission to ensure safe streets for everyone, no matter their zip code, their financial means, or how they get from one point to the next. And so we're pleased to see streets like 23rd Avenue, Gaylord, Montview, and Colorado Boulevard, and as well as Sherman Street as part of this greater neighborhood planning effort. And then access to affordable housing is also chief among our priorities and certainly to achieving economic self-sufficiency. And so we're hopeful that integrating missing middle housing as well as other residential areas coupled with discouraging demolitions and encouraging affordability will promote greater access to home ownership. And then finally, a diverse, thriving workforce is bolstered through locally owned businesses and collaborative work culture and is at the heart of Denver's evolving economy. So recruiting new small to mid-sized businesses provides opportunities for workforce development and economic opportunity. And we agree that diversity of housing and jobs captures our shared vision for neighborhoods with equitable access to quality employment options, as well as housing choices that accommodate households of different ages, sizes, and incomes. Thank you again for your time, and Capitol Hill United Neighborhoods, Denver's largest RNO, expresses support for the East Central Area Plan.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jonathan Capelli.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jonathan Capelli, and I'm speaking today on behalf of All in Denver, which is a nonprofit advocacy organization with over 300 members that believes in working together to create a more equitable city for all, where everyone prospers. And as such, we strongly support the ECAP. One of the 6 pillars of Blueprint Denver, which we also supported, was equity. This plan is one of the first plans to come out after Blueprint Denver, manifests this pillar by incorporating equity throughout. And therefore, it's in line with something that we've already adopted as a city, after 4 years of deliberation and the input of thousands. The disparate impacts of COVID exposes in even starker terms the ongoing need to weave equity into the very fabric of our planning documents and policy. Taking action on these principles can't wait, and in fact reflect the priorities of the community also generated, in addition to Blueprint Denver, by more than 10,000 comments that informed the ECAP over the course of the last 3 years. When it comes to mobility, the auto-dependent infrastructure, disconnected pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure of Colfax belies the residential neighborhood of the blocks immediately north and south of the corridor. This plan seeks to remedy that by laying the groundwork for bus rapid transit and other improvements that will result in a corridor that's less noisy, less polluted, more friendly to families, bicyclists, and those who are mobility impaired. Earlier, we touted the fact that equity is an important part of this plan. One way that that shows up in the plan is in how it ensures the absorption of growth and distribution of housing is not just concentrated in low-income communities where gentrification is already happening. To be an inclusive neighborhood means providing inclusive housing opportunities for all. Anything else amounts to an exclusive community, which is antithetical to the stated goals of the city. Gentle density at key transit hubs with heightened incentives for affordable housing is a sensible way to make sure that this part of the corridor is pulling its weight and helping bolster our woefully low supply of affordable housing. It's not a carte blanche for developers. It lays a foundation for an incentive-based approach to shaping development in a way that helps the community. Gentrification is happening and growth is a part of it and is in some ways inevitable, but a plan like this that shapes the growth in a way that increases affordability while growing is the best and perhaps the only approach. There's also an environmental argument to this. We know from recent incentives or initiatives at the city to improve sustainability that nearly 50% of carbon emissions in the city come from building emissions alone. The smoke shrouded and ash punctuated nature of the last few months illustrate that it's time for Denver to start pulling its weight on this to proactively reduce emissions that lead to global warming, which in turn leads to an air-fire prone environment. Building sensibly dense, efficient buildings where appropriate helps combat the pollution from energy cost savings and transportation-based emissions from folks who would otherwise have to commute from far away to work in and support our economy. For this and other reasons, we support the plan.
That's the time that we have. Next up, we have Allison Torvik.
Hi, I'm going to cut my comments very short. About 99% of them were just covered by the man from All in Denver. Another 20% were covered by the teacher from Congress Park. I just think when I first bought my house my old house in 1997 at 14th and Downing, I was really worried. They were saying that, the prices were going to burst and I wasn't going to be able to keep the value of it. It cost $95,000 for a 1,200 square foot duplex. We need to have more $95,000 houses. People need to be able to come up with a down payment, buy that house, live in that house, and also work as a teacher or work, have a roommate, something. That house has quintupled in 20 years. It sold last year for $450,000, more or less. It's ridiculous that the prices are going like that. We need to have more density. We need to have more options. We need to not just have housing for very, very poor people or housing for very, very rich people. Those of us who are making, a civilized living need to be able to afford a house. I literally can't afford to downsize my house because it would cost more.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Please support this program.
Thank you, Allison. Next up, we have Stephen Chester.
Hello, members of council. My name is Stephen Chester. I'm a resident of Congress Park. Like Allison, I'll keep my comments very short. I know we're up against the time, but I'm just here to voice my full support for the Central Neighborhood Plan. I want to talk about two things really quickly. The process. I think the process was incredibly inclusive and equitable. There's a real difference between an equitable process and an equal process. And some of the comments you heard earlier about certain folks that felt like their voice wasn't heard or not enough money was given to their neighborhood organization to do extra outreach, that's equality. I think this process was truly equitable in the sense that extra resources and time were given to those that are often left out of the planning process, like renters and younger folks that often don't even know what planning is or how to get engaged. And I just want to applaud CPD and Scott and Kurt, especially for all the work that they've done to make sure that people like me walking in the neighborhood when I'm walking my dog, asking people, oh, do you know about this neighborhood plan? And I'm shocked the amount of people that said, oh yeah, I've heard about that and I really support it. But unfortunately, you don't see those faces here today. So I just wanted to kind of be the voice of a lot of the folks in my neighborhood that really support this plan and are really excited about it. And then lastly, I think some of the mobility recommendations, as we talked to earlier, are really spot on. With a small child, being able to safely walk and bike in my own neighborhood is really paramount to why I chose to live in the neighborhood that I can. I'm lucky enough to choose a neighborhood to live in. And I want to make sure that other residents of Denver have the same opportunity to live in a safe place and not be worried about a car mowing them down as they're trying to cross a busy street that cuts through our neighborhood. So with that, again, I urge your full support of the plan. And thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. We have Mark Marshall up next.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mark Marshall. I'm the Vice President of Real Estate at Urban Land Conservancy. We support the East Central Area Plan. We are located at the corner of 16th and Downing. Specific areas of the plan that we support are bolstering the healthcare and wellness sector as a foundation for economic growth. We'll work with partners like hospitals, DPS, nonprofits, and housing developers to address the issues around workforce housing and training needs. We also recognize that stable housing is a pretty tremendous predictor of successful health outcomes as well as educational outcomes. The second area we support is preserving affordable housing and stabilizing residents at risk of displacement. Some of the programs that are in place that are existing now in the city, I think, can be better marketed. These include rental assistance, utility assistance, property tax abatements. We also like to support extending covenants for income restricted properties. The third area we support is creating new housing near transit and amenities along the corridor. We'd like to see density increased along the Colfax corridor in exchange for affordability and community benefiting spaces. The fourth area we support of the plan is expanding the diversity of housing types and affordability in all the neighborhoods throughout the plan area. We'd like to see more ADUs present here, addressing missing middle housing, increasing the types of duplex, triplex, and fourplexes, as well as townhomes that are compatible with the neighborhood and affordable as well. We support increasing the access to supportive housing and social services for vulnerable communities and residents. We encourage the repurposing of and redevelopment of motels along Colfax for permanent supportive or transitional housing, and developing more permanent supportive housing that wraps in services such as healthcare, childcare, and workforce housing. As a property owner, we're seeing, and landlord at UOC, we are seeing the effects of COVID with many residents on the street, and we really support the services that will get the residents housed and the services that they need. Thank you once again, Mark Marshall with Urban Land Conservancy, and we support the East Central Area Plan.
Thank you, Mark. Next up, we have Andy Baldiga.
Yes. Hello, Council. Good evening. My name is Andy Baldiga. I've been a resident and architect in the area for over 15 years. I keep this pretty quick. I'll go to the highlights. These areas these neighborhoods that are studied in the plan are fantastic in large part to their age. At the same time, they've been successful for all these decades because they've been flexible. These neighborhoods have historic homes next to mansions. We have mature trees and infrastructure that's aging, but at the same time is part of the charm that everybody loves. But by being flexible, these neighborhoods have been able to accommodate future growth for decades. This plan builds on that history and provides new ideas and concepts that'll help the neighborhoods grow into the future. One of those interesting points in the plan is the use of transfer development rights. There's a graphic in the plan that shows unused zoning or unused development right on certain properties, and supports the fact that just because it's zoned, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will get built to that maximum zoning density. That doesn't need to be a lost concept, or that zoning doesn't need to go to waste necessarily. In the use of transfer development rights, that would allow contentious issues like Tom's Diner to be resolved without coming to council for a resolution. It would allow longtime property owners to remain in place and not have to contemplate demolition. Another good concept that's in this plan is the adaptive reuse concepts, which will just allow many of the historic or just older buildings that people value to remain in place and be modernized without exceedingly overly burdensome request of bringing everything up to today's standards. In closing, I urge you to support this, and wanted to just point out that these neighborhoods have grown into fabulous neighborhoods over decades, despite all sorts of external forces. This plan provides the guidance and flexibility to support future change in these neighborhoods, and it will build on the historic success. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Next up, we've got two speakers left. Rob Carnachon. I probably mispronounced it, Rob, but you can correct me. And you might need to unmute yourself, Rob.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm a resident of Congress Park, the 800 block of Steel Street. I've participated in the process, the ECAP process over the last probably couple years. I didn't get in at the very start. But adoption of the plan by the council. I'm very supportive of particularly the mobility component of the plan, trying to reduce the reliance on vehicles and expand such things as bikeways. There's a bikeway proposed along Steel that would pass in front of my house, and I think that's fantastic, as well as Detroit and 9th, I believe. I am generally supportive of higher densities along Colfax because of the BRT, the Bus Rapid Transit Project. Absent that, I don't think I would be. I think increases in density over current density levels, and this is a reminder, this is still a very dense neighborhood, even though parts of it are single family. They really need to be tied to transit, and Denver does not have very good transit, at least that is high quality and is accessible to multiple neighborhoods. For me, it's a 7-block walk to Colfax just to get to the BRT when that eventually comes online. And Cherry Creek doesn't really have any good transit access. So these are issues that if we're going to increase density, it needs to be tied to high quality transit. And I think that this plan is very good in that it does not automatically or recommend upzoning of single family portions of the district, which are fairly small in comparison to the entire district covered by the plan. These are old, 100-year-old single family neighborhoods that are, as they are right now, they're already relatively dense, certainly compared to what you'd find in Castle Pines or places like that. And we need to remember that, these are already pretty green neighborhoods because they're not auto dependent. So I wanted to just compliment the city and the planners who've worked on this for recognizing and recognizing the diversity within the neighborhood, and also keeping an eye out toward sort of preserving these older neighborhoods. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Michelle Reichmuth.
Hi, my name is Michelle Reichmuth, and I live in Council District 9 and the South City Park neighborhood. And I was born in this neighborhood, South City Park, at Mercy Hospital, and I've lived in the neighborhood for 22 of my 53 years on the planet. I have two boys, and they're both students at East High, Denver Public School boys, and my father and grandparents have lived in the East Central planning area. I bring up these personal elements because I feel that I've always been engaged in my community. I love community stuff, and I feel confident that the East Central plan is going to improve these neighborhoods. I feel that there was a lot of heart put into this, and I'm proud of how the process went. I followed the East Central area plan fairly well because I was on the East Central Plan Steering Committee for roughly the last 3 years. And I've been involved with the City Park Neighborhood Advisory Committee. There's been a lot of topics that have been covered today that I agree with. The importance of increasing density and low-income housing, as well as improving mobility, all in the spirit of improving climate and life experience. And so what I'm going to focus on is just the one thing that I want to say, or this thing I want to say about the plan is that I'm impressed with the plan for many reasons, but the main reason for me was the overall process. I've worked in environmental consulting, and now I'm a civil servant at EPA, and I feel like the process is so important for pulling in people's opinions. And this process was organized, well thought out, educational, detailed, and visionary. And most important to me is it allowed thousands of people to become involved and provide input. Was it perfect? No, and nothing ever is. But I can stand here and say that I was impressed, and my expectations were extremely exceeded. I'm proud of my city's inclusiveness and tenacity and technology and resources. For example, they used a program online that collected concerns and big ideas from anyone, and they tied it to the location on a map so there could be informed decisions made on what's going on throughout the area. Anyway, please support the East Central plan.
That's the time. Thank you. Well, that concludes our speakers, and thank you all for staying with us. We're going to go ahead and move to questions of City Council. And first up, we have Councilman Cashman.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a few questions on the East Central Area Plan, of course, and NPI in general. So for planning, anyone who's got the answer, how many homes are in the ECAP area? And I'd love if you know owned as opposed to rentals. Kurt?
Yeah, so I think there is about 50,000 residents in the East Central area. I think that translates to, this is off the top of my head, I can double check these, but about 30 to 40,000 housing units. A big majority of those are renter households. I don't know, Scott, if you have that number accessible.
Yeah, I'm getting it in just a second. There's about 32,000 households in East Central, and I will have the renter number for you.
Did you say 32,000, Scott?
Yes, 32,000.
Thank you. What I'm wondering while Scott's looking that up, did you do a mass mailing to every address in the district, in the study area?
We did not. No, we decided that our outreach resources were better used on more targeted flyering, pop-up events, and those kind of other activities rather than a mailer.
Okay. Can you talk about the diversity or lack of it of the steering committee?
So that's been a challenge in really many of our planning processes, and East Central is no different. When those committee members were appointed by the council members, the previous two council members, I think they tried
in earnest to appoint a diverse committee. So there are a number of different points of view on the committee. There's people who represent small businesses, such as the business improvement districts. RNOs are represented. There were development interests represented on the steering committee. And then from different walks of life, we had social services workers who are that's what they did for their day job, all the way to bid executive director in the case of Frank. And yeah.
How large was the committee? Remind me again, please.
So it shrank by a couple members, but by the end of the process, there was 12 members.
So were there any representatives from communities of color?
There was one steering committee representative who was non-white at the end of the process. There was another one at the beginning of the process, but she had to drop out because of other commitments.
Okay, thank you for that. Other question, I have two more, Madam President, if you don't mind. I'm wondering, how are height incentives working around town? Are they successful? Have they met expectations?
That's a good question. I think our point of view in CPD is that there were lessons learned from the recent pilot at the 38th and Blake station, where that project moved forward, and we are underway now. There's the affordable housing zoning incentive projects that's looking at that pilot, lessons learned, ways we can improve upon that, and also looking at all the other cities that are using zoning as a tool for more affordable housing to try to maximize those community benefits.
So does this plan allow for implementation of those lessons learned down the road?
Yes, it recommends that we look at all those lessons and we improve upon that zoning based affordable housing incentive program in a way that sort of informs the regulatory process that's just been kicked off.
Okay, and I guess the last question I have, and I'm trying to reach for the right word. I don't mean to be too cynical, but have we been successful, or where have we been successful in halting displacement?
Well, I mean, it's a big topic and a big priority. I mean, I think what we can do in a plan is articulate the goal of reducing and using all of the tools we have at our disposal to prevent involuntary displacement, including new and innovative tools that we aren't yet existing. And that includes zoning, which oftentimes creates very intense opinions on how to use zoning for some of these goals. And so what we have said is that we need sort of this all hands on deck approach to try to address this problem of not only residential displacement, which is a huge concern, but also small business displacement, which is also a huge concern, especially in the East Central area, where almost 80% of the businesses are small, locally owned mom and pops. And so we've had to think outside the box and create some creative strategies to try to address that issue as well.
Okay, and Scott, I had asked about rental as opposed to ownership, if you have that.
Yeah, about 70% of households in East Central are renter occupied. So that's
okay. Do you have quantity of businesses in the study area?
Yes, we do have that somewhere. I can find that number for you as well.
All right. Well, I'll say thank you, Madam President, and Scott, if you can get us that whenever you find it.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Cashman. Councilwoman Black.
Thanks, Madam President, and thanks for the presentation, CPD. Just a couple questions. In your beginning remarks, Kurt, I think you said there were 3,500 participants and 10,000 comments. But on slide, I think it was 23, it said there were only 300 commenters.
Right.
Okay.
So The larger number at the beginning, the 3,500 participants, those were people who participated throughout the 3 years. So at all of our workshops and events and community meetings, the 300 number was just a few months at the end of the process when all of the information was compiled into the draft plan document and people weighed in on those specifics, wording, and the details of the plan document, where we received several thousand comments from 300 participants in that process.
And of the 3,500 participants over 3 years, were those 3,500 unique participants?
Yeah, so we call that touch points. So we did our best to try to weed out duplicative participants, but so that's an estimate, but yeah, it's about 3,500 unique participants.
And do you know the demographics of those people and what neighborhoods they came from? And
yeah, so we did track those demographics. Racially, the participants in our plan are generally consistent with the census demographics within a few percentage points of the East Central area. And as I mentioned before, the largest underrepresented group throughout the process were younger, lower income renters, which is why we disproportionately adjusted our resources, again, through that equity lens to try to target more participation from that underrepresented group where we saw the largest disparity.
okay, and we heard from, I think, one RNO tonight who does not support it. Do you have support of other RNOs?
Yeah, so you also heard from Chun, Capitol Hill United Neighbors. That's a RNO. They support the plan. There are others that other RNOs that didn't take an official vote on the plan because I don't know why, but I don't know if they got to complete consensus, especially when you're talking about some of these recommendations around zoning and density and building heights. People have very strong opinions. You know, there's over 50 recommendations, policy recommendations in the plan, and when we originally released those recommendations over a year ago, and we did it in survey form and asked people how they felt about those recommendations. And nearly all of those recommendations had very strong support, over 70% support, with the exception of the recommendations that had to do with building height and density, where those recommendations were more like 60-40 or 55-50, or more mixed opinion. And people just have very strong opinions about that topic.
So of all the RNOs you heard from, there was just one that was in favor of it and one that was officially opposed?
I believe that's right. Yes.
Okay. And on, I think one of the slides said the steering committee, there were several members of the steering committee who didn't support it. What were their reasons?
Well, the final vote, the vote of the plan at the steering committee was 7 in favor and 2 against. One of those members, Miles, provided his comments tonight in his remarks. And I think I won't speak for him, but he has some questions about the process. And oftentimes it's a hard technical concept to explain, and we run into this in many of our plans, is the difference between a planning document, which is really a guide that articulates a long-term outcome and outlines some policies to achieve those outcomes, versus the very specific regulatory language that lives in zoning, or the very specific designs of infrastructure, and those happen in later processes. And the difference between a plan document and those details has created some discomfort among some members. And I think Miles, I could safely say, it was one of the people who are uncomfortable with that. And then the other member who was concerned about the plan, I think it echoed some of the concerns that we've heard from residents just regarding the impacts of potential density in the East Central area. And those could include street parking issues and traffic issues.
Okay, I just have one final question. So there are other efforts of CPD happening now and will be happening in the future. And I'm wondering if you discussed that during your efforts. I know when the Far Northeast plan happened, which was met with much love and celebration. So we didn't have any of this controversy when that was brought to us. But they didn't talk about ADUs or group living or residential infill or, changing single unit zoning to duplex and triplex. Did you talk about all those things during this conversation?
Yeah, I mean, we learned early on in the process that we could not ignore, we had to have a strong emphasis on the affordable housing shortage in the East Central area. I could pull up some of the numbers, but they were pretty mind-boggling when we started looking at the data that we had about over 11,000 households in the East Central area were cost burden, which is over a third of all the households, meaning they're struggling to pay their rent or their mortgage. There is also a shortage of affordable units at the lower income levels of over 3,000. We calculated through one of our consultants for the first time I've seen in an area plan, the specific number of low income units that we were short, which is over 3,000, and we made that public. We say we have this huge problem. We also looked at all of the current today income restricted units in the area, and we found out that almost half, about 46% of those current income restricted units, or 1,400 units, were going to expire over the next 10 years and potentially come back on the market as market rate units and therefore lose their affordability protections for people. So we knew early on that we had to do something pretty specific and serious, and we could not avoid some of these really difficult conversations about how we were going to fill that affordable housing shortage.
But did you specifically talk about these other efforts that are happening concurrently and plan for the future?
And by that, do you mean the missing middle infill housing options, the affordable housing zoning incentive project? We did talk about those two concurrent efforts, if that's what you mean.
Yes, and group living and residential infill.
Yeah, so the missing middle housing options is the residential infill program. We talked quite a bit about that. That was one of the topics that generated those strong opinions. We didn't talk so much about the group living project, even though those questions came up. We were pretty far into our process when that process started. I think we were already on year 3 when the group living proposal came out. But we did answer many questions about how that project might intersect and interrelate with these plans.
So is addressing the missing middle the idea that single unit zoning would be replaced with duplexes and triplexes and fourplexes?
Yeah, so it's looking at some of our lower density areas and trying to figure out what is the best, most thoughtful way to introduce new housing options that are more affordable particularly for middle income people. And so that, how we might integrate duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. The East Central area is almost entirely not single unit today. So it's almost entirely apartments, row homes, duplexes. There's only a few blocks, basically the southern portion of one of the neighborhood statistical areas in Congress Park, and then the northern 2 blocks of City Park West are really the only single unit areas. Even those areas have some of the missing middle housing in there already. So it wasn't as big of an issue generally in the East Central area as in terms of a topic as in some of our other plan areas like the East area. But it did have very strong opinions in those portions of the plan area.
Okay, I know I said that was my last question, but I just have a follow-up to that. So I've yet to see any new development in Denver or Inglewood, which is right next to my district, where this is happening, where they're duplexes or triplexes or slot homes have gone up on what was formerly a single unit dwelling, where the new dwellings aren't much more expensive than the original house that was there. So I'd like to see some kind of evidence that that is going to result in that missing middle housing. There's an entire statistical neighborhood in my district, University Hills, where they're tearing down what were very modest homes, and you'll see slot homes or duplexes that are $800,000, which are not affordable. And that's what I'm seeing in Englewood right next door, and we've all seen it a lot up in Amanda Sandoval's district. So for a future discussion, but thank you for answering my question. Sorry I went on so long, Madam
I'll just make one quick point, because that's an important point. I think we definitely agree with that point of view, Councilwoman Black. We heard that point of view throughout our process. And so we've crafted that recommendation to be very focused on not encouraging demolition and redevelopment of those homes, but rather repurposing some of those homes as duplexes. And I think that's why you see some support from Historic Denver, for example, for some of these recommendations, because we're taking more of a preservation approach to that integration of housing.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Black. Councilwoman Saidabaka.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to dive a little bit deeper into some of the questions Councilwoman Black and Councilman Cashman were asking about guaranteeing this affordability and this missing middle that we need. We have multiple plans across the city that have tried to address equity and affordability. And when it comes down to a rezoning, what we've found is that our plans don't guarantee any kind of movement on our goals. And so can you guys tell me how you've fashioned this to be different than any of the other plans we're using that are not yielding any results?
Well, so I think for the missing middle housing options in particular, what we recommended, again, was to try to get away from the consequence of scraping existing bungalows, for example, and then putting up larger duplexes, for example. And so we've explicitly said that that's not the outcome that we're intending with this, and we've crafted the recommendation to say that those homes should be preserved instead of redeveloped and creating larger footprints. I mean, some of the ideas around missing middle is that in general, smaller square footages are more affordable than larger square footages. So obviously, there's prices rise in single unit areas very quickly as well. And so we're trying to address that issue in some of these neighborhoods. What's different also, I'll say, about the density approach in the East Central area, and this is particularly along Colfax and our transit corridors that we're recommending, is what we would typically do in a plan like this, where we're planning a high capacity transit facility or BRT along Colfax, is we would automatically allow more housing to be built near those transit stations. So that's a planning practice called TOD, or transit-oriented development, that's been used in Denver, that's been used in almost every city that has high capacity transit, both nationally and internationally, as a way to improve carbon pollution, to lower air pollution, to manage traffic better, to allow people to reduce transportation costs. And so that has been the standard that we've used. However, we took a different approach in the East Central area, in part due to the number of shortage of affordable housing units that we researched at the beginning of this process. And what we've said is you do not get any additional units, even near our transit stops, unless you provide community benefits, with the top priority being affordable income restricted units. So that's a different approach than we normally would take, and what cities around the world would normally take when you're planning a high capacity transit route. So while we don't use the word guarantee, because the city does not itself build affordable housing, we invest in affordable housing, we create policies to encourage and incentivize affordable housing. But we have shifted those policies to say, if you want more, then you have to do more and provide those community benefits, and affordable housing being one of them.
So the issue here, I think, is, if you split a historic home or you reuse a single family home and make it a duplex, there's nobody saying that in order to do that, you must charge an affordable amount for rent. In fact, they can charge really whatever the market will allow them to charge, and can say you're in a historic home, so that makes it even more valuable. And so I'm wondering, with that and with TOD development, knowing that TOD development has really backfired on us, are we pushing growth in an area without recognizing what causes displacement? When we talk about displacement, it happens because we increase the value of an area for speculators, for developers, for landowners. When we increase the value of the area, because we allow more things to be built, we allow more profit to be generated, taxes go up and push people out and cause displacement. And so I'm wondering, when we say the city doesn't do affordable housing, how have we fed into displacement with the plans and the way that we drive growth? Have you guys analyzed the growth after we've created a plan in an area?
Yeah, I mean, it's a insightful question. It's definitely a complicated answer, and it's something that I think all cities that are growing especially are trying to address. There's the many factors that we find that contribute to displacement and gentrification. There are some neighborhoods that don't see a lot of development that have rising prices, and there are some neighborhoods that have development that also see rising prices, and vice versa. So it's not just as simple as development causes displacement, according to the data that we've seen. What we do know is, from examples like San Francisco, is that when you severely restrict the supply of housing while the city is growing and more people are moving to it, that prices tend to rise very rapidly. And so the thinking around density is, where can we place density where people can benefit from infrastructure like transit, like parks and community services, so that people have a higher quality of life and that we can manage pollution and carbon emissions in a more appropriate way. And what we've said in this plan is that we should couple those strategies for strategic growth with our affordable housing tools. So included in that missing middle recommendation, which is the infill housing options of duplexes and triplexes and row homes, we've said that we should couple that recommendation with affordable housing tools, such as the pilot study on the west side, looking at ADUs and creating incentives again for residents who want to become their own developer and develop their own properties, and how we can partner with them through other organizations to keep those rents at a reasonable level, and using some of that same thinking and that pilot on the west side in this missing middle housing recommendations. That's part of the East Central policy recommendation as well.
And so my last question, with respect to affordable housing, we got really close to being explicit about what we expect to see from development when we said that height would only be allowed for, originally it was for affordable housing. And then we softened up on that language to say that height would be allowed for a substantial community benefit. And we didn't set in stone what a community benefit meant. We just gave some examples. Can you explain to me why we softened up on that language, why we backed up, and what could be the unintended consequences of backing up?
Yeah, I also think that's a really great question. So yes, we did not limit community benefits only to affordable housing. However, we did say clearly that affordable housing is the top priority through this process. Remember, one thing to remember is that this is a long-term plan. It must be a long-term plan, and so it's looking out 20 years. And the hope, anyways, is that 20 years from now, we won't always be in an affordable housing crisis. And so we did put on some additional community benefits. One being that you heard tonight was the issue of small locally owned businesses being displaced. And so that is an issue that we don't really have many policy tools. The Denver doesn't, most cities don't. And so we had to think about how we could look at that issue through these creative solutions of using zoning and entitlements. And so we put on the table affordable business space as a way to incentivize that outcome that we heard from the community. And that's particularly important along corridors like Colfax, where again, more than 75% of those businesses are small, locally owned independents. So for that reason, we did broaden that recommendation to look at businesses and as well as other things that are in short supply in certain areas. So if there's a food desert, we have said that an affordable grocery store, and we were specific about saying affordable grocery stores and affordable daycares where those essential services are needed, where there's accessibility issues. We also clarified, I think, to your concern, Councilwoman Sitabaca, about those details not yet being decided upon, and that's correct. And so we've clarified that those entitlements, that additional height or density cannot be granted until council has decided upon those community benefits and those details are figured out.
So you're committing that council will get to decide what appropriate community benefits are before CPD makes a recommendation to approve a rezoning on Colfax.
Yeah, that's what's written in the recommendation.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Up next, we have Councilwoman Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I've got a couple of questions. Some are somewhat along the lines of others, but I'm going to start with a different set that has not been asked. So first of all, this is probably for you, Kurt. So can you tell me if the same level of outreach was done in all areas? And was there any concerted effort made in areas that were more predominantly minority, both African American and Latino?
Yeah, so we did, intentionally hold community events and workshops geographically dispersed and in every single neighborhood throughout the 3-year process. As I mentioned previously, we did shift our resources to do disproportionate outreach to those underrepresented groups that contained, the demographics that were that had the disparities. So that was younger, lower income renters in the neighborhoods like Capitol Hill. In terms of your question about racial demographics, the East Central area, while there is some diversity in the East Central area, I believe, and Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, the percentage of non-white residents in the East Central area is, I think, 20 or 30% somewhere. Is that correct, Scott?
It's about 22%.
Right, and it's pretty widely distributed. I mean, there's no obvious location in the East Central area where there's a concentration of people of color. That said, we did try to do outreach to places that are, historically more diverse in terms of their destinations. So schools, recreation centers. We target our outreach at places where communities gather. We, as was mentioned previously, we did outreach directly to people who've been marginalized, such as people experiencing homelessness. We did pop-up events at bus stops and other locations. So we did make an effort to try to diversify who we were hearing from. And in the final percentages of plan participants versus the census demographics of the East Central area was generally consistent in terms of the percentage of non-white participants.
So are you familiar with a Title VI complaint that's been filed about outreach to, I believe it's more concentrated on the Spanish-speaking population within the boundaries?
So there was a Title VI complaint, which is the term used in the federal statute, because a portion of this planning process received federal funds that went to the Federal Transit Administration. That's the entity that was the grantor. And that was several months ago. And the complaint in that email that was sent to them was that we did not do a mailer as part of our notification process, whereas we did do a mailer in another plan area. And that was the complaint, is that was an unfair process that we had. And so we did have a discussion about that. We did evaluate it. We did respond to that complaint to the person and explain why we did what we did. And we found that there was not any kind of violation. Both RTD, which is the overseer of the federal grant that we had, as well as the FTA, we did not find that there was any Title VI issue with that notification question. We have heard.
Just to be clear, let me clarify one point.
Yeah.
Was the grant isolated to just specific conversations around the transportation part of the plan, or was it isolated to the BRT? And so my next question after you answer that will be, how did the BRT fold into the plan? All the work that's been going on with that.
Sure. So to your first part of the question, no, the grant was used for all the topics in the plan. So urban design, historic preservation, et cetera. It wasn't just focused on BRT or the Colfax corridor. However, because it was the Federal Transit Administration who was the grantor, the Federal Transit Administration, is also looking at Colfax to be an investor in that Colfax bus rapid transit. And so part of the reason that they give out these grants is to make sure that the land use and other issues like affordable housing are addressed and planned for ahead of that infrastructure, which is why we decided as a city to move forward with East Central and the East area plans ahead of some other parts of the city, because we wanted to make sure that we were being proactive and helping to guide that change that could occur from the huge infrastructure investment like BRT along Colfax, and making sure that we're trying to guide those changes in an equitable way possible. So that's kind of how that fits in. Is we looked at what the impacts of that infrastructure may have, and try to create strategies and policies so that the community benefits from that infrastructure, and we try to minimize any unintended consequences.
So who specifically responded from the city of Denver to the complaint that was filed, and was that submitted to the RTA?
Yeah, I think it was submitted to FTA.
Sorry.
Yeah, the Federal Transit Administration. Federal Transit Administration said that the city and RTD, being the grantees, should be the one to respond. And so I don't know the exact staff person that responded, but we sent a variety of emails related to this issue of mailer notification to those who are complaining about it.
Okay, so one of the questions I asked during our budget process is, who is our Title VI person in the city of Denver? The airport used to have one. We used to have one in the city attorney's office. I don't know that we do have one now, so that's part of why I was asking who responded. And I guess I want to see if our city attorney is on to see if we do have a Title VI point person in the city attorney's office, as we did before. Nate, if you're on, would you mind chiming in? And then I'll jump back to you, Kurt, with some other questions.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get Nate promoted up into the panelists.
And Nate, I'm assuming you're the right person to answer this question. It may need to get bumped above your head, but thought you might know, since so many of these end up being interfaced with land use and transportation. I don't see him in our queue.
Not yet.
I can just say while we find Nate, in this specific instance, I think your question, Councilman Arteaga, is a little broader, but in this specific instance, because we were a federal grantee, that RTD is the designated recipient of federal funds from Federal Transit Administration. So it's really their purview and their role in this instance to be the compliance person for Title VI.
Okay, but we were responding. But that doesn't answer the question about who our point person is. And if we get Nate in, we can maybe plug him in. If I can just continue with a couple more of my questions with Kurt, do you mind if we move in that direction, Madam President?
We can, and I'm getting information here that right now, you know what, I think we have Sky Stewart in our panel, so I'm going to go ahead and let Sky answer.
Sky can answer that question. That would be great.
About Title VI.
Okay.
Sure. Hi, Sky Stewart, Mayor's Office. Councilman, we do not have someone assigned in the city attorney's office to that role. It's something that we are talking about. You raised this question during budget hearings, and we're working through who is the most appropriate person. It's something that HRCP has talked about taking on in the past, but we don't have it officially assigned there. So following up on your question, we're working to get that assigned.
Okay.
It is not someone assigned in the city attorney's office currently.
Okay. Thank you for answering that, Sky. All right, proceed with my other questions. So when we look at the height recommendations that are in the document, you know, obviously there are areas that are much higher densities than what exists today. And I want to know if any of the conversation looked at sort of maintaining a floor. And this is very different from what the 38th and Blake looked at. I mean, they looked at raising the density, and then anything above that would be, you know, that included affordability could go higher. And if we use today's zoning as the floor, and obviously, you know, the change of the plan doesn't automatically rezone the properties. But if we looked at setting a floor differently than what we did at 38th and Blake, and then people who want to go up to the levels that are spelled out in the plan could rezone, but it would require the contribution of affordability. Was that part of the discussion at all?
So that gets to sort of the issue that has been raised in our planning process of like those very specific details, and that specific question about I think what you're talking about is the base height that we call it, or the floor. That's part of the conversation that's going on right now with the Affordable Housing Zoning Incentive Project in the regulatory process. What we've recommended as a policy in the East Central Plan is we didn't answer that specific question, but what we did say is that if you want to go beyond what you have today, you have to provide community benefits, with affordable housing being the top priority. In terms of where that exact base will go, that question specifically will be answered by that Affordable Housing Zoning Incentive Project.
And that will create a base for the overall area, or will it be a case-by-case situation where the base is set?
I think the goal is to create a consistent approach throughout the city and not just a case-by-case decision.
Okay. I think that's probably going to be much easier to apply if it's done that way. You know, the other thing I just want to share is that we have seen that where we have encouraged higher densities, it hasn't equaled affordability. And until we put the right levers in place, and they're not always necessarily incentives, but where we have the right levers, that's where we're going to start to see affordability. Because, I mean, you could look at the Rhino area. You could look at downtown. You could look at almost any area of our city, any of our TOD locations. You know, it's not generally where they're affordable projects. You know, some of them have incorporated some affordability, but not by and large. So, can you? Nest played a role in giving input into addressing some of the displacement concerns or recommendations that could have folded into the plan, and how was that incorporated?
Absolutely, yeah. Irene and her team in Nest, we formed an interdepartmental working group. They've been a great partner in looking at our affordable housing recommendations, our anti-displacement recommendations, along with other staff and hosts, Dito and others. And absolutely, I mean, the neighborhoods in East Central are not one of the Nest target areas, but in another project that we're working on in the East Colfax neighborhood, that is one of their target areas. And so we were having those discussions simultaneously with the same question about how we're going to, get innovative and do everything we can to look at this displacement issue. And so our recommendations were developed in partnership with Nest and other staff members.
And did that apply both to residential as well as businesses?
Yes.
Displacement issue? Okay, thank you. Can you tell me if the issue of connectivity was part of the discussion, so that where we're including or asking any of the development to include affordability, that we're ensuring that connectivity to the internet, whether it's Comcast or CenturyLink or whatever, is not a leave behind barrier for certain communities. And we've seen this played out in COVID with kids having to work from home and not having the internet, and having to be sent home either with by our libraries with hotspots or other ways to ensure that lower income children are not being left behind in their education. So did that come up as part of the conversation? It covered it all, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, it didn't come up in terms of like those community benefits that we're talking about, which were more a little broader than that. But what we did have as part of our sort of long-term vision statement and outcomes was this idea of having free high-speed internet service in community spaces, whether that's the rec centers and libraries, even parks and plaza spaces. And so that concept is in the plan.
Okay, but it didn't come up as part of the actual developments that may be going in, if they're new development, new projects that take advantage of some of the density opportunities.
No, not that level.
Okay. Okay. And then just one last question, jumping back to the BRT. Were any of the details that have come out of the whole BRT planning effort incorporated into the East Central Area Plan? And can you just sort of highlight where that's at? Is that in the transportation section? Trying to pull up the
yeah. So really in two places. We have a whole section of the plan called the Colfax Corridor section, where that linkage between BRT and the plan is articulated. Also, because we received extra grant funding through this project, we hired 2 planners in the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure to work exclusively on the East Central Plan and East Area Plan. And so they provided that close coordination with the BRT team throughout the process.
So that got folded in then into the East Central Area Plan. Okay, if you could maybe highlight where I find that in the document. Is it in the transit part of it?
If you look at the Colfax Corridor section of the plan, you'll see the BRT stops and a lot of thinking around the land use changes that we've contemplated near those stops. It's kind of sprinkled in many sections of the plan. I mean, the BRT is such a big project. That's how we, for example, the height recommendations along Colfax were considered, their proximity to BRT stops. Many of the improvements that we've recommended for mobility in the mobility section, where we're connecting bike lanes and crossings and pedestrian improvements, are those station locations were looked at as connections to those as sort of nodes or little hubs along Colfax. So the concept of BRT was really integral into many elements and topics throughout the plan.
Those were extracted from the BRT plan into this plan. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little of both, right? So the recommendations in the East Central plan are informing the BRT plan, which is now in the design phase, and everything done ahead of that form the East Central plan.
Okay, I think that's the end of my questions for right now. So thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. And we do have Nate Lucero up in the queue. And so I know, Nate, you had your hand raised. Wanted to give you an opportunity if you had something to weigh in on the Title VI issue.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have anything in addition to what Sky has already said. Thank you, though.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Nate. Next up, we have Councilman Hines.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Upton, I have some questions for you. I want to start on civil rights. As you may know, civil rights is the reason why I am elected official today. And any sort of civil rights complaint is concerning to me. The reason I'm an elected official is because my interest in protecting the civil rights of working for people with disabilities. So I just want to, in addition to, what Councilmember Ortega had mentioned, have you gotten anything from RTD lately saying that the Title VI investigation is open or closed, or what the status is?
Yeah, we've heard some sort of rumors in the community that this was done, but we've been checking in with RTD, and they have consistently said no. There's been no complaint filed with us. We haven't received any official complaint. I checked with them just as at 3 o'clock today, just to make sure, and it was a no.
Yeah, it was at 1:06 today, but yes, okay. This afternoon. Sorry, I was asking you a question I knew the answer to, but I think it's important that certainly we've heard about a Title VI complaint, and you reached out this afternoon, and as we understand, there is no process or complaint underway. So whether we have a Title VI attorney or representative, I think that's another issue, and I thank Councilmember Ortega for bringing that up. I think that's beyond this particular plan and discussion tonight, but I do support her concern. How many public meetings did you hold for the East Central Area Plan?
Well, with your help included in that final push when we did that extension to get more underrepresented residents, we're over 100. I don't know the exact number, but I know it's over 100.
Okay, yeah, it's good to get a sense of the size. Of those meetings, how many of them did someone request interpretation or translation services?
I don't believe, and I can check with I don't believe anyone ever requested it. And even though all of our community workshops, we did invest quite a bit of resources into making sure that we had professional interpreters available at all of them. And we sent out, all of our outreach materials in both English and Spanish. We didn't get people taking advantage of those at those meetings. And I think that's in part due, it wasn't really surprising because when we're doing our research and we're setting up our community engagement plan at the beginning of the process, we were looking at the demographics of the East Central area, and the percentage of limited English to non-English speakers is quite low in the East Central area. It ranges from anywhere from 0% in Congress Park to around 2% as a high in City Park West, I believe. So it's really around 1% average in the whole East Central plan. That's different from other plans we do in the West area plan or the outreach we're doing out in East Colfax, where we have participants from 5 or 6 different languages in the meeting simultaneously, and we provide those services. I know in the far Northeast plan, Councilman Gilmore had really great relations with many of the Spanish speakers and Latino community up there, and so we had more participants up there, but we didn't see it as much in the East Central area.
Yeah, so thank you for that, and just for some of the demographics, because someone asked and the response was 82%. It's actually on page 2. The basic, the page 1's the title page, and then page 2 is the basic demographics, and this is a very Caucasian district. So 79% or 78.8% are Caucasian or white in the plan area, and that's very close to the demographics of District 10 too. So about 9 or 9.5% Latino, but many of those are English speaking or maybe bilingual, and there are very few. I know that I've not had any concerns with any of my town halls or outreach about native Spanish translation or translation into any other language, but I certainly am willing to accommodate it should it be necessary. So I want to talk about, so speaking of, a bit of diversity. So again, this is a pretty white plan. Can you give, but there, as you mentioned, there's diversity in other ways. Ms. Robinson mentioned that 70% of the plan area is renter occupied. Do you know where the highest concentration of owner occupied? Where's that 30%?
I believe the highest concentration of owner occupied is in Connors Park, and the southern portion of Connors Park.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that. What was so let's take a snapshot. So draft 1 was released in November of 2019, and then in February of 2020, I think you and I did a check of where the data elements, the data that we had received so far. Do you know where the majority of data points were from at that point?
Yeah, and Scott can confirm this, but I recall we had a disproportionate, at that point in the process, we had a disproportionately high number of comments and participants from Connors Park, from the Connors Park neighborhood.
Yeah, I want to say, for some reason, the number 65% sticks in my head. That 65% of the responses or the data points were from Congress Park, and particular South Congress Park. So I guess the conclusion I'm trying to draw here is that, and in some ways it makes sense, but the people who were homeowners in single-family homes really overrepresented the demographics in February. I guess do you think that that's a reasonable comment?
That's right. I mean, that's the other side of the coin of the underrepresented population that we tried to target, was we had overrepresentation in the opposite area. Yep.
Yeah, and that's also what I was trying to get at. You mentioned even today that the lower income renters and younger folks were underrepresented. If you're also looking at page 2, the vast majority of the district, the majority of the district is millennial, right? So between 25 and 34, there's a huge spike. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, generally the East Central area is younger, and again, a huge majority renter.
Yeah. So I think it's important just that in context, in that you did mention that you did some specific targeted outreach, and you mentioned Capitol Hill. I think where I'm trying to go with this is you reached out to Capitol Hill because it wasn't because Capitol Hill was the only data point you were trying to get. It was you got a whole bunch of data points from other areas, and you were trying to create a more representative set of data based on, as you mentioned, the census data. So the next thing I want to ask about is reach. I think that you had mentioned 10,000 data points for ECAP at this point. Is that right? I could be wrong.
Yeah, over 10,000.
And do you know how many data points Blueprint got?
I remember looking at this at some point a while back, but I remember when I looked at the numbers that were in East Central versus Blueprint Denver, as they were comparable. I don't know the exact number, but it was surprising to me that we had almost the same level of outreach.
And Blueprint's a citywide plan that, 78 neighborhoods, it covers all 78 neighborhoods, right? And this is only 6 neighborhoods?
Right.
So I just seems, kudos to you, I guess, is where I'm going with the amount of outreach for this plan is on par with the citywide plan. It is just 6 neighborhoods. The last thing that I wanted to ask about was affordable housing. So I hear some concerns about affordable housing, yet as we heard in the testimony earlier tonight, we have so many affordable housing providers who have spoken out in support of the East Central Area Plan. Can you help me understand how this plan provides benefits for affordable housing where the market rate providers may not have certain benefits?
Yeah, so this is this is a plan where we looked at this question pretty intensely. We created an entire chapter, which was a little different than other plans we had done previously, that was all about affordable housing. So we have a number of recommendations, both zoning related and non-zoning related. Again, in that partnership we had with Host and Nest and other organizations, we did focus groups with affordable housing developers. And we really have a robust package of policies and recommendations to look at affordable housing. And I think the one that has gotten the most attention and community feedback has been the one around zoning. And what we've done, as I tried to explain earlier, is with this recommendation that says you must provide community benefits if you want to be able to develop higher and more dense, and the priority is affordable housing. I think what that does is it gives an advantage to developers that build affordable housing. So affordable housing developers are now at more of an advantage because all of these properties have an incentive to build affordable housing and a disincentive to not build affordable housing. So if you're affordable housing, if your job is to build affordable housing, generally you're supportive of this plan, which is why I think you see that the testimony.
And then, so Telluride, the Telluride decision, I would admit I am a little. I would like for there to be more affordable housing discussions. Homelessness is the biggest issue facing District 10, and the best way to help with homelessness is to provide them homes. And so the Telluride decision is a state law that prevents any political subdivision from allowing rent control. And in the year 2000, the Colorado State Supreme Court decided that any requirement of workforce housing is considered a form of rent control. And so there was legislation introduced in the state legislature this year. COVID mixed things up, but let's say that in 2021, the folks in the General Assembly, they pass something that allows us to require affordable housing in all developments. How does that fit into the East Central Area Plan? Will we have to start over, or will that plug into what we've created so far?
Absolutely. I mean, what would result from that would just be more affordable housing, right? So what we've done this really thoughtful research, especially along Colfax, really a lot by lot analysis where we applied criteria on which lots would be most appropriate to add additional density or additional height, and which should be preserved from a historic preservation standpoint or just an urban design standpoint. And we really went through that lot by lot analysis and created a very detailed plan of areas what we want to preserve and this balance of growth and preservation, which is why I think you see the testimony site from Historic Denver and others who want to see more housing both support the plan. Is that if additional tools like state laws change, that's just going to accelerate and help us meet those housing goals even more than the tools that we have provided. So I think that answers the question.
Yeah, and I apologize. One other question. We've gotten some feedback today from a registered neighborhood organization that they're frustrated that their entire RNO is not included in the plan boundaries. Can you help me identify what the plan area is? I'm assuming statistical. This is a question I know the answer to, and I'm trying to get you to give me the answer anyway. So let me be a little blunter. The plan area, we chose statistical neighborhoods, right? As the boundaries, we chose 6 statistical neighborhoods. Why did you, or the city, or whoever, the powers that be, choose statistical neighborhoods as a boundary as opposed to registered neighborhood organizations as a boundary?
Yeah, so we get this question from time to time, and those statistical neighborhood boundaries were established in the 1970s. They align with census tracts. The city's been using those statistical neighborhood boundaries to track demographic change over the years. And as you know, RNOs basically determine their own boundaries. And so for those reasons, we use the statistical boundaries as a way to make sure we're being consistent. We have a basis of research and understanding an area over time.
So the statistical boundaries survive through rezonings, through rezonings too, but through RNOs as they come and go. And we're about to do a remapping of our city council districts, but the statistical neighborhood remains the same even through those reapportionment processes too, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Madam President.
All right, thank you, Councilman Hines. Councilman Flynn.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to ask Scott, simply because I emailed him earlier today in the interest of giving staff adequate time to actually answer a question with preparation. But it would help me very much in analyzing this. It was enough to read through the plan itself, but it supplants 4 existing neighborhood plans. I think it's Uptown, what are they? Uptown, Capitol Hill, Cheeseman Park, Congress Park, and the East Colfax plans. It would really help me analyze this if I better understood in what ways are we perhaps radically changing those existing plans to something else, and in what ways are we keeping or retaining some of the elements of those existing plans. That would help me understand how much change these neighborhoods might reasonably expect over the next 20 years with ECAP. So Scott, did I give you enough time to look up or to analyze that question?
Yes, yeah, thank you for sending that to us earlier. That's a great question. One of the first things we did in this planning process was read through those existing plans and evaluate each one of the recommendations in those plans of whether it was still relevant or not. Whether it already been completed or just things have changed and it no longer made sense. All of them into the new plan, but a lot of these plans are fairly old, including the Uptown Neighborhood Plan, which is 34 years old now. And these neighborhoods were in a very different situation when a lot of these plans were written in the 1890s than they are today. So a lot of the recommendations just didn't make sense. Back then, there was a lot of concern about encouraging reinvestment in these neighborhoods, that these neighborhoods had seen sort of disinvestment for the recent years. And there's concern about how do we get people to move into these neighborhoods and to spend money in these neighborhoods. And as we know, that's not the issue we're facing today. We're facing basically the opposite issue, that we have a lot of people that want to live in these neighborhoods and not enough housing. And these old plans didn't really deal with affordable housing at all. And as we talked about tonight, affordable housing is a major component of these neighborhood plan, or the new neighborhood plan. And that's just one example. So the East Central Area Plan is significantly different than what these old plans had. But that, I think, reflects how the city's evolved in the last 25 to 35 years.
Do you recall offhand of those 4 plans, how old were each of those? Like Uptown, when was that?
Yeah, Uptown was 1986.
86?
86, yes.
That's before Councilman Hines was born, I think. And he lives there now.
The Capitol Hill Cheeseman Park Plan is 1993, I believe. Congress Park Plan is 1995, and East Colfax Plan is 2004, I believe.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to ask, well, the other question I emailed you has already been addressed here, and that was about the ethnic and racial makeup of the steering committee. And I hear that you addressed that earlier. So thank you, or maybe Kurt did. I don't know who's best to address this last question I have, maybe Kurt. We've talked about a lot about affordable housing. I'm still a little unclear on how this plan incentivizes it. What I see is encouragement, actually maybe discouragement, that's the wrong way to say it, encouragement not to demolish. And, that's a double negative or something, in order to add units to existing properties as opposed to scraping. I know we love to throw around this term gentle density. I look at gentle density as displacing you with a smile, because the neighborhoods where I've seen it happen, my aide, Dana Montano, bought her grandmother's house when she and Albert were married, her now late husband, sold it off in the 90s. And we looked that up recently. It's in Villa Park. And it was valued by the assessor the last time in 2016 at $169,900. It was bought and demolished a year later for almost $300,000, replaced with duplex units that each sell for about $600,000. So, like Councilwoman Black and some other members, I have a concern that we keep doing these things thinking that will produce one result, yet they keep producing the other. Resolving Telluride, as Councilman Hines mentioned, won't solve that problem, because this is private investors building new housing, selling it on the open market. So I worry about this gentle density. So how does ECAP do a better job at encouraging affordability? I read through and I saw maybe we can relax the bulk plane requirements or rear setbacks to discourage demolition. Is that it? What else is in this plan that will actually accomplish this goal?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Councilman Flynn. I mean, like I said before, there's a number of recommendations. We have a whole affordable housing section of the plan that gets into things like trying to prevent the expiration of covenants and more of those programmatic recommendations. But to your specific point about the gentle density or the infill housing density, it's again a small portion of the East Central area that recommendation applies to. But in our partnership with Historic Denver and Discover Denver through this process, we have a Discover Denver survey, so that we surveyed all of these neighborhoods for historical significance, and the single unit areas where that recommendation would apply are historically significant. And so, for multiple reasons, not for the reasons you said, which we agree with, and has been a point of view that's shared through our process about demolishing smaller bungalows and replacing them with larger, monsters, like maximize every square inch of the zoning that you have. We explicitly have said in our policy that that's not what we should be encouraging, right? That's not the outcome we want to happen. the recommendation says that if additional housing units are added in these areas, that you actually have to preserve the existing structure if it's historically significant. And all these areas where this would apply are historically significant. So that's the approach. It's encouraging a preservation, and it's discouraging that scrape and the sort of McMansion style homes.
Right.
And we also have, if I could just jump in for a second, we also have more specific recommendations about encouraging programs to provide dedicated affordable housing when these new units are added. So if you look at recommendation E11 in the plan, it has recommendations specifically about if missing middle is built in these neighborhoods, look at programs that can help them get built, and then as part of that help, requiring affordability in those new units.
All right, I will look at that while the rest of the debate goes on. E11. Thank you, Madam President. That's all I have at the moment.
All right, thank you, Councilman Flynn. Councilman Hines, you're backed up.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Upton, people keep moving to Denver. Does ECAP discourage people moving to this plan area?
No, I think it balance again. We come up with a balanced approach to allowing for the projected growth. So one of the first things we did was we looked at the 2040 DRCOG housing and job projections, and we made sure that the land use recommendations could accommodate those housing and job projections, and while still putting into place policies to address that housing shortage that we have, especially at the lower income levels, and trying to balance that with historic preservation. So that was kind of that balanced approach that we took.
So a lot of people are moving to Denver because of jobs, because we've gained a lot of jobs, and because of access to outdoor activities. Does or can ECAP discourage people moving here for jobs or outdoor activities?
No.
Okay. And then what about in 2020, we've got people moving here from the coast because they're climate refugees. The West Coast is on fire and is flooding, and the East Coast is there anything in the Eastern Area Plan that discourages people to move into the 6 neighborhoods because of global warming?
I don't think so.
So I guess, so if we have people moving to Denver for a whole bunch of reasons, does that affect housing affordability?
Yeah, like I previously mentioned, it's something that we look at and making sure that housing supply is keeping pace with the number of population moving to Denver.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be critical of you. I'm trying to say it's very difficult for us when we have a perfect place to live and people really want to live here. And so, if we could keep the factors just to the people who are existing in the Eastern Area Plan and not have anyone else move to the area, I think we could perhaps tackle housing affordability a little bit better than when we have a whole bunch of people moving here because it's a perfect slice of our planet. Thanks, Madam President.
All right, thank you, Councilman Hines. I have one remaining question. My other questions were asked by my colleagues, either Kurt or Scott. Are any of the bus rapid transit plans, are they funded, or will they be funded in 2021?
So we do have DOTI staff if you want to get into specifics, but it's my understanding that the next phase of the Colfax Bus Rapid Transit Project is funded through general obligation bond funding. They're moving forward with that project and advancing the phase. I think Mike Gill is on the call if you have any follow-ups or want more specifics on that. He's in charge of that project.
Okay. You know what? We'll go ahead. Just as long as we know that you're considering something, and I'm not seeing him raise his hand right now. So, there we go. Mike, you want to go ahead and chime in?
Yeah, I missed a little bit of the conversation when I was being promoted, but the question was around the next phase of the BRT. We do have about $5 million in CIP funds from previous years as well as $55 million in the 2017 GO bond that's available for this next phase, and that's what we're moving forward with our NEPA clearance and the design phase.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was the question I wanted answered. So thank you. The public hearing for Council Bill 20-0930 is closed. Comments by members of council. Councilman Hines?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to open my comments by thanking everyone who's still here, because this is obviously a long conversation, but this is an important conversation. But I also want to thank Councilman Cashman. When I was elected, he was quoted as calling me an urbanist. If only I had known that word before I was elected, I definitely would have used it. So to me, urbanism is about having places where people want to be and having places where people want to go. I talked a lot about the concept of the 20-minute neighborhood. Basically, we all deserve the opportunity to be close to things we need to survive and thrive, all within a 20-minute walk, ride, or roll, as in no cart. We live in the real world, not Narnia, but I still think that District 10 is pretty darn perfect. Much of what makes District 10 so perfect is that we're a slice of the city where people want to live, work, and play. I've lived in the East Central Area Plan boundary since 2007, and I personally followed this plan since before I was a candidate. I sat on Blueprint representing Central Denver for a while, and so the East Central Area Plan was a natural extension. Obviously, my role now is different than in 2017, but I definitely had a long view of the process. ECAP extends Blueprint Denver and pushes that concept of the 20-minute neighborhood further to the forefront. It means adding reasonable density where it makes sense, like Colfax as an example, and limiting additional density where it doesn't make sense, like, for example, in South Congress Park. It also means reducing or eliminating certain areas of proposed additional density. As an example, the plan had at one time a proposed additional density around the businesses in Congress Park. And after hearing from the neighbors, those proposed additional density areas were removed because it was clear that's not what the neighbors wanted. So as you've heard, this plan has been endorsed by numerous organizations, including YIMBY Denver, Denver Streets Partnership, Colfax and Bluebird Bids, Neighborhood Development Collaborative, including their 15 affordable housing and social service providers, and Historic Denver. These are very different organizations with different priorities, yet this plan finds a way to appeal to each of them. There are elements of the planet supporting local businesses, housing affordability, addressing homelessness, Vision Zero, and historic preservation. Again, just one example, 54% of Congress Park's homes were built before 1940. And this plan encourages preserving those buildings to preserve the character of the neighborhood. This includes encouraging more historic districts, creating adaptive reuse ordinances to encourage reuse of a building rather than a scrape. And it even encourages expanding private property rights for people with historic homes so that they can make better use of their own property. The intent is to provide additional tools to preserve our city's character rather than demolish it for the next McMansion. District 10 and ECAP has some of the oldest neighborhoods in the city, and I'm glad that ECAP helps the city and property owners preserve that beauty, even if it's in Capitol Hill, Cheeseman, or Congress Park. I do want to provide two cautions for ECAP. Just like most everyone else, this isn't exactly what I wanted either. First, I wish there were more affordable housing in the plan. Still, this isn't really, I don't believe, a problem with the plan. It's more to do with the laws that handcuff our ability to require affordable housing. State legislation was introduced in 2020 to reverse the Telluride decision, but COVID decided to upend that bill along with lots of others. I continue to encourage everyone to contact our state legislators to ask them to reverse Telluride and to give us, all political subdivisions, including Denver, the tools we need to do what is clearly demanded by the people of Denver. Second, I'm saddened by the amount of misinformation that surrounds this plan. We've talked about this before as a council, and I want to bring it up again for this discussion. Right now, Denver law says RNOs are the way we should communicate with the people. and the way people should respond. It's clear that communication process needs improvement, and it is no more front and center than with the East Central Area Plan. Here's a troubling point. We've got, all of us have received a bunch of email in the last 24 hours, and about half of them that I analyzed don't even live in the plan area. It's troubling for two reasons. First, because they believe they're in the plan area. After all, they signed it saying that they were East Central Area Plan residents, but they're not. Second, there are maps of the plan area on pages 2, 3, 4, 10, 13, 14, 16, 17, twice on page 18, and all over the East Central Area Plan document. And if you prefer words instead of images, you don't have to read beyond the first sentence of the first page to get the list of included neighborhoods. So it suggests that people are taking positions without even looking at the plan at all. That's okay if the information people are using to base their position is accurate and if the process is transparent. I'm not certain that is the case. So one of the things that we did, we as in the District 10 office, is we assisted that conversation between government and its people. I asked CPD to delay the plan process. I didn't just ask for the delay without doing anything. We dedicated 100% one of the team in District 10's office to the East Central Area Plan outreach. We flyered thousands of residents. We partnered with property management companies who sent emails to their renters about East Central Area Plan. We held 14 additional community events and several train the trainer events too. Some of our events had a few people, and one presentation had more than 150 people. There was so much outreach that my office had a scheduled event at Bang Up to the Elephant in Cap Hill, and unknown to us, one of our trainers also had an East Central Area Plan program at the exact same time and the exact same venue. As I understand it, the outreach more than doubled the data points thanks to that extra 30-day extension, and more importantly, increased responses in areas that were underrepresented before our outreach. 83% of this plan houses District 10 residents. I want to thank them sincerely for their time and their fair consideration of others' interests, not just their own. When it comes to the future of our beautiful state, it takes courage to change our approach to land use, transportation, and climate as we move forward. I want to thank the steering committee members for their time, as I don't think anyone received 100% of what they wanted throughout this process. I also want to thank my team. We augmented city staff and RNOs with outreach, and I want to thank all of them for the extra work and stress during this process. I believe it is a strong plan thanks to CPD, with help from so many other stakeholders, and I urge a yes vote from my colleagues. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Sedabaka.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I'd like to thank everybody, Scott, Kurt, everyone else in CPD who put an endless amount of time into seeking input, including you, Councilman Chris, Councilman Hines. I appreciate all of that. And as much as input is important, all the input in the world doesn't matter if we don't heed the recommendations and deal with the concerns that people raise. I personally really love the adaptive reuse and change of use elements and the historic preservation pieces of the plan. And I want to thank Kurt for acknowledging that I was the only person of color on the steering committee after inheriting Councilman Brooks' seat. While the makeup of the steering committee was very disturbing, they were appointed largely by my predecessor, and fortunate for me, Frank Locantor was very graceful in addressing several instances of inappropriate comments around race and class from other steering committee members. So a huge thank you to Frank for helping in that way. As the only person of color on the steering committee for the tail end, responding to the articulated plan, I was extremely disturbed to have had a conversation in our very last meeting where we had to literally define social equity because not all of the members of the committee had heard of the words or their meaning. We had several moments where I had to challenge committee members on comments about affordable housing not being an appropriate community benefit because it would bring down property values, and comments that we needed to clean up the seedy parts of Colfax. I'm very frustrated by things mentioned by several other speakers tonight, including Miles, Ms. Camacho, and Joe. Miles brought up the BRT traffic modeling, the design, the parking, the walking and density studies that they requested, and the alternate BRT stops that were never really included. But this whole plan was catalyzed by BRT. So I felt like not blending those two things together the way that members were asking for it to be blended was problematic. I wish that we were having separate conversations about the mobility and safety component, because from the few meetings that I was able to attend pre-COVID, most residents, especially the frustrated ones, they didn't appreciate tackling the potential for upcoming density with the needed safety street measures and bike lanes. And so I wish those were separate. And I support a lot of those elements in the plan. But our office had over 620 residents voice their opposition to this plan. I think we need to be really careful about believing that we'll be able to meet our missing middle needs with a plan that doesn't explicitly define housing needs that must be met. The height incentives are even looser here in this plan than they were in the height incentives in the 38th and Blake overlay. And those incentives didn't yield any affordability. Everywhere in my district, on the south side of Colfax, on the north side of Colfax, is proof that more density doesn't equal affordability. While many of the neighborhoods in District 10 haven't had plans, neighborhood plans, in as many years as I am old, my district happens to have almost all of our neighborhoods have a neighborhood plan, and they're relatively recent. And what we know is that first comes the plan, then comes the rapid displacement and gentrification. And so I want us to be very cautious about that. Incentives without a mechanism to actualize affordability will once again open the doors to rampant development and accelerated displacement, particularly for the 70% of renters in this corridor. With the majority of the area relying on benevolent landlords to maintain affordability, I'm very concerned about how rapidly land speculators will pounce on the opportunities presented for massive redevelopment along this corridor, as long as they include community benefits that could range from parks, a swimming pool for the elite, to affordable housing for those who actually need it. I'd love to believe that the height incentives open the market for affordable housing developers, as mentioned, but the price of land is the first barrier to any benevolent builder. This plan exponentially increases the value of land along the corridor with 7 votes and nothing else. For those reasons, I can't support this plan as it stands without firming up our expectations for affordable housing development and defining in the plan what our priorities are around community benefits. So with that, I'm a no tonight. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Up next, we have Councilwoman Black.
Thanks, Madam President, and thank you, Councilwoman Zeta-Baca and Councilman Hines, for your great comments. I just have a few things to say. One is that although most of you know I am a lifelong resident of Southeast Denver, I actually was born in the East Central Area Plan area at St. Joseph's Hospital many years ago. So in my district, unlike yours, Councilwoman Zeta-Baca, we do not have one neighborhood plan ever in the history of Southeast Denver. So I have been pushing for a long time for some plans in my district. And so when we have one in my district, I want it to be more like the far Northeast area plan, where everyone came to our council meeting to tell us how much they loved it. So this controversy with this one is really troubling me. And so I just want to express my concerns to CPD as we move forward with future area plans. I don't like this controversy. I think it makes us all feel really uncomfortable. I feel like we need to listen to all of our residents. And right now, I feel like we're having a war between NIMBYs and YIMBYs. And I feel like there's got to be a middle ground somewhere. So I hope moving forward, we can find a middle ground, that more people are happy with what we're doing. I also have concerns that our areas are too big. They're massive. I know we're trying to do a lot in a relatively short amount of time, even though it's going to be more than a decade. But these areas they're just so completely different. Every neighborhood within the plan is so unique and so different. And I think that's part of the reason we're seeing the disagreement and the controversy that we're seeing tonight. I don't know if there's a way we can divide them up some more, but I do think that that's going to end up having more opposition as we move forward. I also am concerned, I mentioned this earlier, that there are too many CPD efforts going on and they're siloed. I think we need to talk about all of them together with our community members so they understand everything that we're doing and they don't just hear about one thing and they get comfortable with that, and then lo and behold something else pops up and they're like, well, but you didn't tell me about that one. So I do have concerns about that. We can talk about it later. And as I think most of us mentioned tonight, we have concerns that density results in affordability when that's not what we've seen at all in Denver. So that's something else I have huge concerns about. I will be supporting this. I feel like there is overwhelming support for it. I appreciate Councilman Hines. It's predominantly in his district, and he's an enthusiastic supporter of it. And I will be supporting it, and I look forward, CPD, with working with you on the near southeast area plan, which a tiny part of it is in my district. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Councilman Sawyer.
Thank you, Madam President. I also want to thank everyone, the staff and steering committee and community members, and especially the council members who participated in the process. These plans are incredibly time-consuming and a really complex task, full of trade-offs and tough conversations. So I really appreciate the hard work that went into this. And I think, you know, no matter whether you're a supporter of this plan or not, I really admire the dedication of the group of people who came together to get this done and what they've accomplished over the last 3 years. So I think this is a tough decision. I think from the testimony that I heard tonight, some of the community is voicing its frustration really with the process. And based on my own personal experience in the area, you know, in the East Area Plan, you know, I can understand that concern. I can understand that frustration. This is the first area plan to go through in an area that was already settled, because the Far Northeast plan was adopted. Yeah, it was adopted 1.5 years ago, but that plan covers an area that was largely undeveloped. And so it had different challenges, I think, and broad community support, certainly much broader community support than this one. So I think this plan and the East Area Plan are different because they're the first plans that are involving neighborhoods that are fully built out and where there are people who are already there. And there are some tough lessons that were learned by CPD in the process around these plans that are just sort of a different situation than that first plan. But I really appreciate that CPD took the time to slow down and, you know, really re-engage the community in partnership with the council office and ensure broader and more thoughtful engagement in the community. We've heard a lot of testimony about how different organizations, especially District 10 Council Office and CPD, some of the neighborhood organizations steering committee worked hard over the last year to bring awareness of the plan to the community, particularly to the renters who hadn't previously heard about it. And I think to our community of residents who are experiencing homelessness, which is incredible. I mean, that's unheard of in the city and county of Denver. And I'm not sure that we have really celebrated that enough tonight. I'm not sure that we've really taken a moment to celebrate that enough tonight. Think about what we just said. When has that ever been done before in the history of the city and county of Denver? That's amazing. And say what you will about this plan, the fact that that was done is really incredible. And you guys should all be incredibly proud of yourselves that you were a part of that, because that is a big deal. And I just don't think that we really stopped tonight to think about that for a second. So I just want to really make sure that we do that for a minute here and celebrate that, because it needs to be celebrated, because that's really important that we took the extra time and the extra thought to be inclusive, because that should have been happening this entire time and it wasn't. And so thanks for doing that. And I think it's really important to recognize, this wasn't some backroom process that was secretive and created only by the wealthy and well-connected. I think one of the things we as council members hear so often is that, backroom deals happen and things are done and we find out about it later as community members. That's not what happened here. And that's really amazing and really important. So, I talk all the time about how I truly believe that under the principles of Comp Plan 2040 and Blueprint 2019, all of our neighborhoods are better off with a plan than without a plan. But really the question is this the right plan? Does this plan achieve its purposes, right? Because no plan is perfect, but is this plan, does it do what we need it to do? And of course, we all wish that the neighborhood plans went further to guarantee affordability. Telluride severely limits us. And so I also want to just please put out there to everyone and anyone in the state who is listening right now, please, Telluride has got to go. It is crushing us, and we will live with, this missing middle for a very, very long time, and the consequences of Telluride for a very, very long time, because we've lived with it for 20 years, and it's ridiculous. So, everyone on the state, please, this has got to be fixed. But I digress. Thoughtful development doesn't mean no development. I say that all the time. Our city is going to grow, because cities that don't grow die, and that's not what we want, right? But we've got to grow in a way that makes sense. And so the question is, does this plan make sense? And I think the answer is it's not perfect, but it does. It focuses growth along the Colfax corridor where it belongs, and where those additional residents can help support our local businesses. So that makes sense. No one is going to get everything that they want when it comes to these plans, and everyone has to give. And that means no one's going to be completely happy with how the plan has turned out. Everyone's a little disappointed and everyone's a little mad, and that's probably the way it should be. And from what I heard tonight, that's kind of what I wanted to hear. That's a signal of success. Some people telling us that there isn't enough density in the plan. Some people testifying that there's too much development and density in the plan. To me, that's indicative that we have found a good middle ground. And that's an indication that we are sort of where we should be with this plan. And so that means that I will be supporting it tonight. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Cashman.
Thank you, Madam President. There's enough in the principles and the process of this plan for me to support it. However, I agree with Councilwoman Sedabaka that I'm not comfortable that we really do have the techniques in place to prevent displacement or to guarantee affordable housing emerges out of this plan. And so I just urge us to keep our shoulder to the wheel to find those tools. And while I support what's been said about the need for changes to give us more flexibility in affordability, lacking those tools, we need to figure this out. So I would continue to look in that direction. I think the outreach budget needs to be larger. I believe it's been a substantial effort. And that said, I know some of the people who've testified tonight that were dissatisfied with that process, and they're people I respect. So I believe there were some holes that can be patched. I think that is very frequently the case. And again, we need to keep trying to figure that out. As Councilman Hines brought up, you know, the way we send out information into the community and the way we expect the community to respond to us is a bit of a piece of Swiss cheese. And again, it has holes that need to be patched, and we need to get that done. As far as one part of the process that I wanted to look at is, you know, having been a journalist for a long time, I would write articles about processes like this that unfold over a period of years, and inevitably, when the bulldozers are at the door, people are, I never heard about this. No one ever told me about this. I think we need to recognize that that is a fact of life. And so when we get to that last stage where we're ready to go, then we need to put on the brakes as a matter of part of that process and understand we need more time. At that last stage, we need to put out another blast and let people know, hey, the bulldozers are here. Here's what's going on, and give it that one last time for public input. That said, I thank the staff. I thank the hundreds of neighbors who participated and lent their ideas. I feel for those who don't feel that they were heard, and that's always a tough piece of this. But as I said at the beginning, I think I'm hearing enough about the process and the principles that I can give this my support. And being one of the next council people up for the Near Southeast plan that will begin, it looks like, early next year, I'll be looking to do my best to help fill those blanks that need to be filled. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. Some of my comments have been made by my colleagues on both sides of this issue. I also would like to say thank you to our staff from CPD, Kurt and Scott, and the consultants that worked with you, and all of the neighbors who participated and gave input on all sides of this issue. We received quite a bit of email communications from both sides on this issue, and I've tried to listen intently. I had not taken a position one way or the other until listening to all the input here tonight. I appreciate the concerted effort to include the historic preservation component. I think that's important in trying to recognize the value of some of our historic structures that we have throughout our city, and without speaking to it and including it in our plans, it doesn't always happen. I also appreciate the inclusion of NEST into the conversation about how do we move forward to include displacement measures to ensure that development doesn't always equal displacement and gentrification. As we had heard about concerns about outreach to some of our minority populations that have language differences, I think it is critical that we always adhere to following the Title VI guidelines. I would appreciate if we get a copy of the response that the Federal Transit Administration sent back to RTD. And I heard that does exist, so I think it would be helpful for us to see that. Lastly, the conversation about the fact that CPD is already engaged in discussion about looking at base heights as one of the levers, if you will, that can be used to address, where we can include affordability, which is different from Telluride. I think council needs to be included in that conversation. It can't just be a CPD discussion. I think we need to have some input into that before it's a final product that's brought to us for adoption, assuming that includes, approval by council. But I think we would all want to have some input into looking at that and sharing our thoughts and feedback before anything is finalized, whether it includes council input or not. And I just think that this has had a lot of input on all sides, and I am concerned that we were not able to accommodate Ms. Camacho, just knowing there was a Title VI complaint filed around language issues, and somehow we should have been alerted so that we could have accommodated ensuring that her voice was heard as she shared it with us. And I appreciate that Councilwoman Sedibaka, tried to interpret what she was saying for us. And, I know at the end she asked the question about how are we ensuring that we are covering language as one of the things. And I did hear from our staff that that was accommodated, but I also heard from the community that on the front end of the process, it took people speaking to that issue on multiple occasions before some of the materials started getting copied, in Spanish and English, before there were interpreters accommodated at some of the meetings. And I think this just needs to be our norm moving forward on any neighborhood plans, where we identify what specific languages are needed to incorporate the materials and to find the right people to help ensuring that we're capturing the voice of those communities where needed. I will be supporting this tonight. I think there's a lot of work that's gone into this. I attended at least 2 meetings in the community where the East Central Area Plan was discussed, and I saw that the staff was listening intently. Whether everybody's input was folded into every component, that doesn't always happen, but I think this is one that looks like it has that balance to it, and so I will be supporting it tonight. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Torres?
Thank you so much. Just want to thank the team at CPD and particularly the council offices of Councilwoman Sedibaka and Hines. It really does take that partnership with those offices. I'm heavily involved in my own area plan, and we're still working our way through some similar issues of reach. Feeling like you can fully inform 50,000 people in a constantly changing city is a really difficult task. So I thank you for 3 years of that effort and really being able to show that you made some really diligent outreach. It takes that depth, the resources and time that everyone put into this. Our most important work in council is land use, and it always comes back to plan compliance, so that these plans really speak to what a neighborhood wants at the end of the day and what they want to see their community grow into is really difficult to come to a singular decision about. So I appreciate the hard work that you all put into it. I will be supporting tonight and just want to thank all the folks who have been involved, the duration of the project, but even those who came in at any point during that period of time and tried to come up to speed. It is lengthy, it is a huge document, it is complex and sometimes hard to see how does it affect my home and my property and my family. And sometimes in the face of that, it just creates resistance. And we have a lot of resistant communities and neighborhoods and homeowners in this city. And we've got to be willing to be adaptable for a greater good. So thank you to CPD and to my colleagues. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Torres. And I'll go ahead and add my comments. You know, the Far Northeast plan has been referenced a few times, and I have to say, myself and Councilman Herndon, we were relentless in pushing back and asking CPD, you know, when they said we want 15 members on the steering committee, we went back and forth, and I think we got up to either 18 or 20 members on the steering committee, and that it's how you're welcoming and engaging folks. And, you know, Kurt and Scott and your team, I want to thank you for the work that you've put into this, and also Councilman Hines and Councilwoman Sedabaca. But you also need to have the representation. And it's unfortunate that we didn't have more people of color engaged in this process. And unfortunately, we're starting to see a pattern, I think, with CPD and the engagement, that it's not where we need it to be. It's not where community wants it to be. You've got to build that trust with folks. And even for some of the monolingual folks that we had on the steering committee, I believe we even had some that shared a position, so that we weren't taking up individuals' time unnecessarily, that they could kind of tag team it, and that we could get more outreach that way. And everything was always translated. Even if my council office had to do the translation, we translated it because it was that important, that we knew we needed to have that. And so we were going to go that extra step. And so I would just ask that we reevaluate how you're authentically engaging with community. And if you have one person of color, and that is the elected council person for that area, that's not good enough. That's a point where there should be a pause and there should be a recalibration. And I understand that this process has been going on for 3 years, and there's been engagement, and there's about 70% of the folks that live in this area are renters. But we've got to up our game as a city and be more responsive to what those in our community who maybe don't have the privilege and the power to push their way in the door, we've got to open up that door and make sure that it's the right door that they want to come through, and continue to do that over and over and over again. And I know a lot of times in the Far Northeast plan, I'm sure our planners were like, she's overdoing it. They're doing too much. But that's the work that we did. And that's why I believe we didn't have a big pushback, and it wasn't contentious, because we did that work up front. And I appreciate you know, all the community members that spoke, and even in, you know, favor and in opposition. I'm glad that we were able to hear you and the comments of my colleagues tonight as well. And I'm going to support this because there's been 3 years worth of work put into this and thousands and thousands of comments. But I also want to really point out the deficits that we're continuing to see and hear from CPD. And I'm not blaming the particular members that presented tonight. I think that this is indicative of a larger conversation that needs to be had amongst CPD staff and administration to make sure that we're truly getting this right, because this can make or break a neighborhood. And the one thing I would say, Councilman Hines and Councilwoman Seda-Baca, there's going to be parts of this plan that you're going to have to go to bat on, that maybe CPD planners are trying to do something or shape something, and it's not the intent of the community. And we've had occurrences of that, and so we've had to go back and kind of call the bluff on it. Is that really what the community said, or did the community say that because they were trying to get to a different outcome, not more of the same, and to really have those conversations? And so I will be supporting it tonight, but not without a bit of frustration and also sadness that we're at this point in the city around equity, and we're still, unfortunately, having some of these same conversations. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Black?
Aye.
Seda-Baca?
No.
Clark?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Herndon?
Aye.
Hines?
Aye.
Cashman?
Aye.
Kinich?
Aye.
Ortega?
Aye.
Sawyer?
Aye.
Torres?
Aye.
Madam President?
Aye. Madam Secretary, please close the voting and announce the results.
1 nay, 11 ayes.
11 ayes. Council Bill 930 has passed. On Monday, November 2nd, Council will hold a required public hearing on Council Bill 965, changing the zoning classification for 4714 North Bryant Street in Sunnyside, and a required public hearing on Council Bill 983, changing the zoning classification for 1790 South Humboldt Street in University, and a required public hearing on Council Bill 984, changing the zoning classification for 2520 South Marion Street in University. Any protests against Council Bills 965, 983, or 984 must be filed with the Council offices no later than noon on Monday, October 26th. There being no further business before this body, this meeting is adjourned.